Morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. We are getting the technology turned on, so give us just a moment. All right, let's call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call from the clerk, please.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Do we have any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
Not today, Chair.
All right, that's easy. We have closed session items number 1A through C this morning. And before we adjourn into closed session, we would like to welcome our audience and all of our viewers today, and we'll call for public comment. David, make sure your microphone is turned on.
Hear me? Yeah. This is about agenda item B1. Hello, Board of Supervisors members. Thank you very much for your time. My name is David Rosen. I'm the Chapter Vice President for the. I represent over 3,200 employees. I wanted to go over some numbers. Some numbers have really come through my mind. The number 2, that was the number of years ago that I stood in front of 4 of you and talked about my health problems and the reason that I need my health insurance. I am absolutely stunned that yet again, here I am 2 years later, having to talk to you about the fact that I require my health insurance. I cannot go to a substandard plan and still work and serve this nation. I want to go over the number 10. That's the number of generations my family has lived in this community. We have provided for this county, and we have believed the children are the most important thing. What is our future? I can tell you right now, I am disgusted with what's happening with this county, and that we are trying to balance the budget off our children's backs. You might want to ask for clarification on that. I'll go for the number 20. That's the number of vacancies that are currently in the Department for Child Protective Services. That is 20 people that have been harassed and voluntarily left their positions for a better job in another county. That's 20 less people that are protecting the children in this county. I'll go to the number 11. That's the number of leaves that we have in my department as well. That's a total of 31 people that are unable to be here to continue making sure that our children are protected from abuse or neglect. Those 11 people also require health insurance to be able to help themselves, take care of themselves for the workplace injuries and abuse that they have endured. I'd like to review the number 0. That's the amount of energy and time and effort that our department's management has had to address the problems within our department. Why is this important? Because 22 employees put their lives, put their careers on the line to write a letter of complaint asking that the toxic workplace in my department stop, that the bullying and harassment stop. Nothing has been done. 0. 5, that's the number of each of you, Board of Supervisors members, that can make a change. And I encourage you to make a change. Why? Because of the number 3,200. That is the number of employees that we have here that are on Zoom, that are out there in the community serving this community, protecting our children, taking care of our vulnerable populations, and making sure that this county continues running. And I will tell you right now, we are.
Thank you for your comments.
Morning. My name is Raul Huerta Jr. I'm a proud SEIU member, and I've worked for Monterey County for 13 years at Natividad for environmental services. In 2020, our whole community was greatly impacted by the pandemic. This year continues to be a challenge as well. Our mission as county workers is, and always will be, to keep the needs of our community front and center. That has remained true for me and my coworkers. While others slowed down and stayed home to work, we continued to protect our community by providing vital services. While we have provided quality health care and life-saving services for the community, I've lost family members due to COVID. Many of my fellow coworkers can relate. It is a shame that the county is looking to put a burden on county workers by increasing health care costs. My coworkers and I are part of the community you vowed to serve. I want to share that I cannot afford more out-of-pocket costs for my health care because I'm the only provider for my family and I work paycheck to paycheck. An increase to health care costs would be detrimental to myself and my family. We ask the Board of Supervisors not to cut our health care during this hard time. We ask you to respect us, protect us, and pay us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate all of the signs, but we do need to keep them down. We have an anti-sign ordinance in the chambers, so if we could just hold them down, that would be, make sure everyone in the back can see. Thank you.
Board of Supervisors, brothers. My name is Randall Bright. I've been working with the county for 17 years now. I work for clinic services in the county call center. I'm here today to point out two things. Last bargaining round, I was on the team. We went through this same process. I've got some questions. One, Board of Supervisors, we work for you. You are the head of this body. You are our leaders. One, I don't understand why we're treated with such hostility. We got a contracted attorney to come in and negotiate a deal with us as though we're not family. You're the parent to this body. So I'm not understanding why we're treated like we're some opposing force that needs to be dealt with. Family. This is a body. So that's my first question. Why are we being treated like we're some opposing force? We're not. We work together. We're supposed to be the Monterey County Health Department. Everybody in this room. That's who we're supposed to be. And secondly, I'm not understanding why, having gone through the last 2 years we've gone through with this COVID experience, our workers have put their lives on the line. Frontline workers standing in front of disease that could be taken back home and affect their families. They showed up every day. They did their job. We all have fears. We all have concerns. But we all showed up every day and did our jobs in spite of a lack of appropriate leadership. This happened last round. There are problems within our environment that makes it toxic. Leadership problems. We've got managers who are unqualified, untrained, they don't know what they're doing, and we're working for them. We're doing the job in spite of this situation. So I think you need to show some appreciation for that. You need to show us some love. I heard the phrase, there's no me without you. Well, there's no you without us. Understand that when you're making these decisions, you're deciding whether or not we need to get a pay raise, we need to keep our insurance, our retirement needs to be left as it is. Understand that we are family. Without us, this is not going to work. Now, here's the last thing. This is not a threat. I'm not here to threaten anybody. But you are all voted into your positions by the people of this county. We are citizens of. We're the people that vote you into your position. Welcome to all of you. I'm sorry, my time's up. On the next round.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Hi, my name is Karen Pontius. I am one of your environmental health specialists at the health department. During the pandemic, myself and my colleagues, we put ourselves in very close contact with the public to continue making sure that the county functioned, that inspections were done, that restaurants were serving safe food for takeout, even though there wasn't dine-in. We put ourselves out in harm's way. I'm a cancer survivor, so my immune system isn't very strong, but yet I was out there doing my job, putting myself at risk because I love the county, I love my job, and I wanted to do my part. What I ask is that you do not put our health care at risk. Consider our needs, because we work hard. We are very dedicated employees, and we love our county, and we want to serve our public. We want to do our part. But all we ask is that you consider our health care needs too. Do not put the burden of health care on us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Belen Macias. I'm a social work supervisor. I've worked for the county for more than about 16 years. We're just tired. We're really tired. It was a really hard year for all of us. For me personally, it was very difficult. My dad was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and there's a lot of costs that come with that. And I had to pick up some of that cost, otherwise my parents will go homeless. And so, you know, having this fear of having more on my shoulders, I'm very scared. And I'm sure that there's a lot of my coworkers here that have personal situations that are the same. We're tired. Our work environment has been very heavy, and people are leaving. I work for social services, for child protective services, and we're like a skeleton crew. I've never seen it like that. Since I've worked here for 16 years, I've never seen anything like it, where our people are just leaving because they're tired. They're getting better positions in other counties, and it's scary. It's scary. I'm a social worker at heart. I love my community. I love our children. I love our families. I came into social work to make a difference. And I don't see that right now because we're tired. We don't have the energy. My coworkers are overworked. And we don't know what to do. We're here, and you know, we're thinking we're going to have to pay a lot more into our health care. And we come every 2 years to hold on to the little that we have. And some people aren't holding on anymore. They're leaving. And so I'm hoping that we could come to an agreement where you at least let us keep our health care, our dignity, and for me, let me keep my coworkers. I have to say thank you.
Thank you for your comment today.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Tyler. You may have received a letter from me about once a week through your emails that your staff may have told you about. My 20th anniversary of the county will occur on 9/11. Yeah, that 9/11. So I am a psychiatric social worker. I work on the juvenile justice team of Children's Behavioral Health. A job I adore. And I'm here to tell you what my position does. My work, the work that I do every single day, has saved lives directly. I have prevented suicide. I have prevented at least one murder by following the Tarasoff duty to warn. I have prevented more crimes being committed by juvenile offenders in our communities. I help make our community safer. And isn't that what we all want? I think so. That's what I want. I have needed our health insurance on many, many occasions, most recently when my husband had a heart attack and needed a double bypass. So I was inordinately grateful to have the health insurance that got him all fixed up, and he's helping now. If you follow through with the offers that you're making, that health insurance will cost me an additional $167 a month. That's just based on the chart, where right now you're paying $1,667. Let me choose my health insurance, and you're offering to pay $1,500 in the coming year. Net loss of $167 in my pocket. I cover my husband. I may have to make a choice. Let me think. Should I pay the PG&E bill, or should I keep my husband on my health insurance? We don't. I hope that y'all, discover your consciences. Treat us the way that we deserve to be treated. Treat us as you would the person who rings up your groceries with that level of respect. I also wanted to mention that I just read an article just yesterday. Papa John's Pizza is giving their employees a $400 thanks so much for staying with us during the COVID bonus. Y'all are not. I think that the work I do is a little bit more important than making pizza. I'm being entirely honest. I think that whatever messages you're giving to your negotiators are incredibly venal and short-sighted. And if I may be so bold as to quote from To Kill a Mockingbird, in the name of God, do your duty. Do your duty to us. It will not be that hard to do what's right. I live my life every day trying to do what's right. I promise you, it's a lot easier than it seems when you're looking at numbers on paper. But when you're looking at faces like ours, it's a lot easier to do the right thing, doesn't it? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. My name is Araceli Flores. I have been a psychiatric social worker for Monterey County for 16 years. I have been serving South Monterey County for over 10 years. I have been fighting for the right to live in this county independently since I've moved back to serve my community. We as union members have been coming to you and sending you the same message every single contract year. The direction the county has moved in regards to our health care is incredibly dismissive of the needs of your workers. We are the ones that allow this county to thrive, and in my job, my coworkers and I are in charge of healing your constituents and future constituents from trauma, so they can be productive members of this society. Yet we are forced to fight for the right to live quality lives, to afford to live here, pay rent, feed our families, and provide health care that will not bankrupt us. This is why we work here, and yet it continues to be a struggle. What you are all offering is a straight pay cut. To ask us to pay more into health care while only offering us a wage increase that does not even pay into the health care is crazy. It's like hiking up the rent to force the tenants to move out. Millions and millions of dollars go everywhere else but your workers. Even in South County, kids are subjected to having to be put up with being hurt because you all can't seem to invest in its people. We are tired, and if the county truly values its workers, we would not have to be fighting for a fair contract every single time. It is time for you to respect us, protect us, pay us because we are worth investing in. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Is there any other public comment this morning? Is there any public comment on Zoom? Anyone on Zoom would need to raise your hand so that we can call on you for public comment. No public comment online. We'll close public comment online. We have one more in the audience here. Please approach the dais. Thank you for joining us today.
I remove my mask.
Make sure the button is turned on so we can hear.
So I can hear? Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting us back to plead our case. I didn't really prepare anything, but I can tell you that the last time I was here, we were fighting for exactly the same thing in 2019. And I came in and made a speech. And I tried to let you know how important our people are. I work in social services, community benefits. We feed people, get them medical care. And I don't understand how you can think to take hours away. I mean, I know you want to charge us, but I don't understand. If I needed money, I would go to my rich uncle. I would not go to my poorest relative. You know, we got people at the bottom. They face the public every day. And the last time I told you what wonderful things they did for the community and how hard their job is, this time we saw you through a pandemic. We saw the community through a pandemic. Our people kept coming on the front lines. The people we take care of are the very people who are the ones who are probably going to be affected by that. They're so stressed out. The workers are stressed out. We have 2 security guards now guarding our office, an office of only 50 people. We've had the thermometer scanners broken by a customer who smashed it 3 times into the parking lot until it was obliterated. I mean, these people are facing violence every day, and some of these people in the front office make $15 an hour. $15. Can you even comprehend that? I mean, nobody can. We've lost through attrition so many people. In 1 week, we lost 3 people. 2 of them moved Oregon, Utah, someplace where they could maybe make it, you know, make enough money to buy something, to live a life. It's really not fair. And every time we come back here to talk about this, and we have to do this dance, and it frustrates me so much. The last time I was here, the day before my father died, the day before my dad died, I left the hospital, came here, and made a speech, because that's how important it is to us. We want to serve the community, but if we can't afford to be here, you know what? Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Who is going to do it on the front lines? We did it during a pandemic. Why can't you just honor the way we honored our duty? Why can't you honor us? I do not understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us today, and thank you for your heartfelt comments. We will, I think the board heard everyone's comments, and we read everything that comes into the board. For anyone who wasn't able to communicate at the dais today, we always welcome public communication emailed to us at cob@co.monterey.ca.us. Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn into closed session. We will recess into closed session, reconvening at 10:30 for the rest of our items on the public agenda. Thank you. Mic number 12, mic number 12. Mic number 11, mic number 11. Mic number 8, mic number 8. Mic number 6, mic number 6.
Mic number 3. Skip this one? Okay. Podium. Oh, it sounds so much better when they're close. Oh, okay. Wireless mic 1. Wireless mic 1.
Wireless 2.
Oh. Clerk mic.
We've collected our supervisors, but we don't have our county council or CAO. Am I on? Hello, hello? We're going to go ahead and start our morning session. If we could call everyone back up to the dais.
Charles McKee, please come to the front.
All right, well, we're just going to go ahead and start. It is Tuesday, July 13th at about 10:37, and we are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting on our public agenda items. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root, Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Thank you. And could we get an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services? And I'd like to welcome Maria Avila here with us today. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Ávila y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español. La interpretación en español está disponible vía Zoom. Solo seleccione el icono global abajo de su pantalla. En este momento no tenemos los servicios de intérprete en español en llamada regular.
Thank you. So we do have Spanish interpretation services available in the board chambers, as well as for anyone who's participating in our meeting via Zoom. Let's see here. I also want to announce that anyone who's joining us via Facebook Live or YouTube live stream, you're welcome to hop on over to our webinar on Zoom. We are at webinar ID number 224-397-747. And finally, I just want to say how great it is to see folks back in the board chambers and to be here with a direct line of sight to my colleagues. This is our first meeting since the COVID restrictions have been lifted here in the county building. We do ask that anyone who has not been vaccinated, please continue to wear a mask and maintain distance. If you have been vaccinated, we welcome you in chambers without a mask. However, if you're comfortable, we do encourage anyone who would like to continue wearing a mask while you're in the building. So those of us with little ones at home, we've got a responsibility to, I think, continue to keep our families safe. So thank you for coming out to join us today. I would like to welcome Mr. Chris Cabanillas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Chris is the president and CEO of Monterey Private Wealth. He currently serves as the chair of the Board of Trustees of the International School of Monterey and also serves on the board of directors for the Carmel Bach Festival. In the past, he's served on the board of the Community Homeless Solutions, formerly Shelter Outreach Plus. He's a member of the Rotary Club of Monterey and is involved in leadership roles for various educational service projects, including as a mentor program for California State University, Monterey Bay. Do we have Chris on the line? Thank you for joining us today to lead us in the pledge and start off our meeting, Chris.
Yes, thank you. Everyone, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and we look forward to welcoming you into chambers one of these days soon. Thanks for joining us.
Have a great meeting.
Do we have any additions or corrections to our public agenda today?
Yes, there are additions and corrections, and there are corrections to the appointments. For item number 14 and 15, those appointments were received by Supervisor Alejo's office and not Supervisor Lopez's office. For item number 17, the appointee's last name should be corrected to Elizondo, which starts with an E and not an A. And to the general government consent calendar, item number 47 is being requested to be pulled from the agenda by the department. And lastly, to the housing and community development consent calendar, item number 61 is in receipt of a revised attachment A.
Wonderful, thank you for that. Our first items on today's agenda are our ceremonial resolutions, item number 2 through 7. Why don't we entertain approval of those ceremonial resolutions, and then we can proceed with our presentations today.
I'll move to approve. Second.
A motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, our ceremonial resolutions are approved unanimously. I want to just call out Sam Cantina Catania upon retirement from the Monterey County Probation Department. We don't have a presentation, but just wanted to say thank you for your service. We do have a presentation to CHP Chief Kyle Foster, presented by Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you. And if you have the microphone for things, Chief Foster, if you'll meet me down at the podium, please. Well, I wanted to take this opportunity. I know Chief Foster has left us County and San Benito County and the other areas around here. And he really made a big difference here. But to give you a little bit of what we have in that resolution, he became he started his career in August 2005. He was promoted to Captain Commander here in the Monterey area in July 2019. When he was here, some of the highlights of what he did, he included the implementation of the El Protector, the Hispanic Community Outreach Program. He assisted in the Dolan Fire, the Carmel Valley Fire, the River Fire, and assisted the floods and apprehension of Charles Lafferty, out in my area, the Prunedale projectile that caused so much angst amongst all of us in the area, and he was in charge of the investigation and apprehension of that. And I got to say, in the time that he was here, when we go out and do the outreach into the community, he was the one who was here when we talked about the G12 study, the things we could do to make things safer. He did a great job in the community outreach where they didn't feel like we got some guy from outside the area. They knew that we had someone really cared about our community here. So Chief Foster is often happens the ones that the most competent kind of leave us here. He was promoted to California Highway Patrol Assistant Chief on May 1st, 2021. And we want to commit and recognize his great accomplishments during the time he's here. Chief, thank you, and congratulations. Your comment.
No, I just want to thank everyone and the citizens of Monterey County. It was an absolute honor and a privilege to serve within this county for 2 years, especially during the pandemic. This county has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations the last 2 years, as the fires, the floods. Very excited that Captain Reggie Williams is going to be my replacement, and I'm confident that he's going to
I just want to make a couple of words of thanks and congratulations as well. I had a lot of interaction with Kyle Foster through his time here, particularly over the fires. But I was also really thankful that I would see him frequently in Big Sur, one of the key parts of District 5, and he was very readily accessible to us throughout his entire time here. One of the things that I'm really pleased with is I think he can say that under his watch, the housing for on-site deputies in Big Sur was completed. And it's a really lovely situation. I'm really delighted that we're going to be able to have full-time help in the Big Sur area. It's a long state, and we've got a big part of it that goes right through our county. So thank you so much. I wish you well. I know you'll just continue to your meteoric rise to the top. And I thank you. I know you're leaving us in good hands, both keeping Jessica here and as well as with Reggie Williams. I thank you so much for the leadership you've shown all of us throughout the county. It's been terrific. Thanks.
And Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, Kyle, it's kind of odd to me to be sitting here and listening to Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Adams talk about how great you weren't representing their regions, because I think you represented South County the best. And, you know, it's not often that somebody can come into Monterey County and really take care of every portion of this district as well as you have. So I want to thank you. You know, in South County, we had a lot of issues as well that you helped us get our arms around, including that south of Salinas traffic interchange issue. Your team, including Jessica Madueño, were critical in terms of getting us the information, data, as well as some of the support in making sure that we were enforcing those no left-hand turns with big rigs across 101. And so I just want to add to the choir here and say that overall, I think you did the best for South County, even though I'll let my colleagues, you know, share their thoughts. But again, thank you for all that you've done for the residents of Monterey County, keeping us safe on the 101 and beyond. And we look forward to continuing to work with you in your new capacity. But we're proud that you spent some time here and honored to call you a friend. Thanks, Kyle.
And I'll just add, congratulations on the big move, and we will miss you here in Monterey County, Kyle. But you've got a great team that you've built, and I look forward to continuing to work with the folks that you're leaving behind for us. So thank you. Right, next up we have a presentation, this is item number 4, adopt a resolution recognizing Tom Bailey, a volunteer for his 23 years of service with the Animal Control Advisory Board for Animal Services Bureau. And I would like to welcome Cindy Burnham, our management specialist for the Health Department, to give a brief presentation.
Morning, everyone. Cherished. My name is Cindy Burnham, and I'm the Animal Services Administrator for Monterey County. And here to recognize Tom Bailey, Advisory Board for over 23 years. Him and his canine partners usually assisted us each over various things related to animal services, and it's been a great 23 years having him through a lot of different topics as far as the animal shelter, animal and then now you can come into the building. So whereas Tom Bailey, volunteer, has served Monterey County in the Health Department Animal Services Bureau since 1998, whereas Tom Bailey, volunteer, was an appointee of the Director of Health. Whereas Tom Bailey, a volunteer, was a former Alisal High School teacher. Whereas Tom Bailey has also volunteered with his beloved dogs for the Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System Volunteer Service League. And I might add, he's the trainer for that program. So experience with animals has even led out. Whereas Tom Bailey brought his passion for dogs and supporting his community to animal services, and throughout the years provided important input on various topics related to shelter operations and budget, public programs, and ordinance. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Monterey, on behalf of the county and all residents thereof, do hereby adopt a resolution recognizing Tom Bailey, volunteer, for his 23 years of service on the Animal Services Bureau, Monterey County Health Department, and we all wish him well in his future endeavors and hope to see him at wherever it leads him that way.
On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we really appreciate your service. Right. Our next presentation today is to adopt a resolution honoring our next presentation today, item number 5, adopt a resolution honoring Maria Lopez, Health Education Assistant, upon her retirement from the County of Monterey after 29 years of dedicated public service with the Health Bureau. And I believe we have Elsa Jimenez, maybe online, to give a brief presentation.
Supervisor Askew, this is Ed Moreno. Good morning.
Wonderful. We have Dr. Moreno on the line with us.
Yeah, thank you. All right, may I start?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Ed Moreno, Dr. Moreno, and I'm here today as the Monterey County Child Health and Disability Prevention Program Director. On behalf of my Deputy Director, Emily Real, and the rest of our CHDP staff, I'd like to congratulate Maria Lopez on her 29 years of service to the children of Monterey County. CHDP is a program that ensures that children in our county receive periodic evaluations from doctors and mid-level providers that meet our strict CHDP provider qualifications and are approved by my Deputy Director and myself and the state to provide such services. And Maria has played a very important role here at CHDP. She has assisted our CHDP healthcare providers in understanding the benefits of CHDP to their patients. And she made sure that any child that was seen by a CHDP provider that was referred for dental or vision or specialty care received the support they needed to make their appointments and follow up with their CHDP provider. When I think about the impact that Maria has made here in Monterey County, I'm reassured knowing that many young adults in Monterey County are living healthier lives because of the support they received from Maria when they were children. Maria not only cared about the children and their parents in our county, but also cared about the people that she worked with. And I'll end by saying that on occasion when I was having a rough day, Maria would take the time to ask me how I was doing and if there was anything she could do to help me. And that meant a lot to me. So again, I want to congratulate you, Maria, on your 29 years of service, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. And we are coming up with your resolution, so hang tight just one moment. I just want to personally say that the commitment to dental health and oral health in Monterey County is so necessary, and to have champions who are out doing the work in the community, meeting with families, meeting with providers, and just really sort of pounding that drum, it makes a difference. And our kids need people like you working on their behalf and as their voice to make sure that they get the services that they need. So thank you, thank you, thank you. If you would approach the microphone and we can make sure it's turned on. We want to make sure that we've got people watching on Zoom and they want to hear what you have to say as well. We've got a mobile mic or the main mic there. So
that's why it's very important to me that I may be retired, but I'm still part of the community. Very involved with the early learning program, Head Start. Involved also with the oral health program. One of these days, before I leave this world, we're going to eradicate the dental problem. So it's been my pleasure. I love working with the community, the families, educating them, empowering them. So I'm enjoying my retirement. I thought this time would not come, but it's here. I'm enjoying my season with my grandkids, traveling. Well, not as much, but eventually we'll start the traveling again. But again, it's been my passion to work with families, even though I could still see that there's a great need to educate and empower in our families. And as I said, I continue to be involved and also at the same time enjoying the new season in my life. Somebody did. So again, it's been my pleasure to work with the health department. It gave me an opportunity to do what I wanted to do, work with families, which is very much. Dr. Moreno, thank you for those words. Appreciate it.
Resolution's on its way.
Yep,
we'll get it to you, but we really thank you for your years of commitment and dedication to our people and our community. So.
Thank you. Yep, so we're going to do some photos in just a moment, but we're going to move on to item number 6, which is to adopt a resolution recognizing the Arts Council for Monterey County as the county's local official local arts agency. And actually, we don't have a presentation for that one, so we will just make sure that we give that shout out. Our final presentation today is to adopt a resolution declaring the month of July 2021 as Parks Make Life Better Month in the County of Monterey. And I believe we have Randy Ishii on the line with us, who is the director of our Public Works Facilities and Parks Department. Randy, would you like to make a couple comments today?
Thank you very much, Chair Root, Askew, and Board of Supervisors. Staff would like to make a few comments about today's resolution. The month of July is the Parks Make Life Better month. And for many of our constituents and our public at large this last year during the COVID-19 pandemic's shelter in place, that is so very true, as our parks and open spaces were one of the few avenues available for recreation for our public, for both their physical health and their mental health, and altogether their well-being. Your board recognizes this and that you supported our staff in our grant applications that we've been applying for to improve our parks. And you've also supported us through the capital improvement plan process and the budget process by approving the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds to help maintain and improve our park facilities. And moreover, the board has also decided that for this fiscal year, the day use entry fees for our day use parks have been waived. And so our public are able to use our day use parks. In the interest of time, the rest of the details are in the resolution, but staff appreciates the opportunity that your board is taking today to adopt this ceremonial resolution, and we hand it back to your board. And thank you very much for supporting our parks and making life better.
Thank you, Randy, and thank you for the entire team who works in Monterey County to take care of our parks, to champion our parks, and there were just a couple items in the resolution that I wanted to call out. Whereas the month of July is celebrated across the nation as Parks Make Life Better Month, the National Recreation and Parks Association and the California Park and Recreation Society have promoted this national and statewide public awareness campaign to inform people of the many benefits of utilizing park facilities, programs, and services. And I'm so proud and hopeful that many of our Monterey County residents will take advantage of the fact that our Monterey County parks will not be charging entrance fees this year. So please make your plans to visit all of our county parks, bring your families, spend some time outside, take some hikes, and enjoy the parks that really belong to each one of our community members here. We do have a presentation for you, Randy, so we'll make sure that we get this this resolution brought to the department to display. And thank you for all of the service that you provide our county. We're going to take just a brief moment and take a couple of pictures with Maria since we've got your resolution ready now. So bear with us just a moment. All right, and for anyone watching online, we are aware that there are some challenges with the mobile microphone, so we have our tech folks working on that, but we'll try to use the main microphone just so to make sure that no one misses anything moving forward. So thank you for getting those messages to us. Next up, we have items number 8 through 20.2. These are our appointments for the morning. I'd be happy to entertain a motion to support the appointments.
I'll move approval of the appointments with the correction to Dr. Alessandro's name spelling. Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Adams, a second from Phillips. Is there any public comment on our appointments? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye, thank you. With that, thank you to every one of the individuals who is being appointed to serve on a county commission or board or district. We appreciate your volunteer service to our community. Next up, we have our consent calendar for the morning. This is items number 31 through 65. Do my colleagues have any items that they would like to pull this morning? I'll check online first. Let's going for the microphone.
Well, my only concern was pulling number 47. Is that going to somehow provide problems for Laguna Seca in the middle of the track season, or isn't the time issue?
I can address that. It'll be back next week, I believe. Incorrect version of the proposal.
Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on item number 40 and very briefly on 49 and 55.
49 and right. Supervisor Adams, did you have any you wanted to pull? Supervisor Lopez, anything you wanted to pull?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. And Supervisor Alejo, yours were just for a comment. Do you want to make those comments now?
Yeah, 40 was a question for Director of Social Services, Lori Medina. This is regarding 1.2 million in homelessness block grants. I think it was originally kind of set aside for our housing rental assistance program, but now it's since we additional federal and state funds have come to meet that need. I think this is being proposed to be used for other goals on addressing homelessness. And I just wonder if Lori Medina could just clarify: is this coming from the Lead Me Home, the Continuum of Care, the Lead Me Home Leadership Council, or this money that is under the Department of Social Services to allocate for other goals or other programs?
Yeah, this comes directly to the Department of Social Services. I have Lauren Suansupa on the line who can walk you through what our plan is in terms of that allocation for, this is our HAP Round 2 money.
Yes, please briefly. Just it's a significant amount of money that I'm glad that we could reallocate, but I just wasn't clear from the memo what exactly is it going to. There was a lot of different programs listed, but it was above the 1.2 million. So if you could do that briefly, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you.
Hello, Lauren Swansupa, Department of Social Services. The 1.2 million is from the California Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency. This is the second round of what we call HAP, Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention. The round one was an allocation that we had received about a year ago, and this is the second round. It is slightly less, 1.2. For these funds, there is a portion set aside to support the operations of the Share Center, about $205,000 for operations, $137,000 for service coordination. That includes a lot of the supportive services to help those who are utilizing the facility, and then $670,000 specifically for rapid rehousing. Outside of the Share Center, there's an additional small amount that is part of the state's guidance to utilize about 5% for homeless planning. That's about $23,000. There's also a requirement that we must utilize no less than 8% towards transitional age youth. That's $96,000. We're working with the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers under some recommendations from the Leadership Council to pool that source of funding specifically for the transitional age youth together so that we can have a greater impact. We're looking forward to bringing that to your board very soon in proposal of a transition age youth rapid rehousing project in collaboration with the continuum of care. There's also a small set aside for admin costs, $74,000.
Thank you, Lauren and Ms. Medina. Appreciate it. And Ms. Madam Chair, on numbers 49 and 55, just a quick comment. Number 49 just has to do with the contract of $77,000 for KSBW. It's for Laguna Seca for being, I guess, providing services, but being, I think like the official television sponsor of Laguna Seca for May through December 2021. And I just wanted to comment on, hopefully that could be opened up competitively. I know we have another station here as well. Just when there's competition, perhaps there could be enhanced services. I know the other station, KON, also has a sister station with Telemundo, which also has a Spanish language reach as well, a popular and a wide Spanish popular reach locally. So I just, for Mr. Nurichi, hopefully that could be just considered to make it a little competitive and see what proposals we get from other stations that could perhaps enhance the publicity online and in multiple languages for Laguna Seca. On number 55, I just wanted to point that was our outdoor cannabis square footage fee for the outdoor pilot program. We did a first reading on consent, I think a couple weeks ago. This is, I think, the second reading of that, which sets it at $2.50 a square foot. So I just wanted to point that out, that was a missing piece of the outdoor pilot program. We were waiting for the right time to be able to implement that, but this is the ordinance that would institute that fee. And it also has a 25-cent increase each year after that. So I just wanted to, I'm supportive, but I just wanted to bring that to the public's attention. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments today, Supervisor Alejo. I did have a couple that I wanted to comment and question, and I'll just roll through mine, and then we can entertain a motion and go to public comment. Item number 34 is the START law enforcement agreement. And I just was wondering, under conflict of interest, it's item number 5 in the template. It's noted that the county agrees that all reasonable efforts will be taken to ensure that no conflict of interest exists for its officers, agents, or employees in connection with the performance of the agreement. And in light of some of the reporting on domestic violence responses and investigations in our county, I was just wondering if it would make sense for the county to further elaborate on what a reasonable effort entails in that case. Is there anyone available to answer?
Hi, good morning. Chair Askew, members of the board, members of the public. I'm hoping that County Council can help respond to your inquiry.
Number 34. She passed the butt pretty quick. Huh?
Ms. Jimenez, reasonable is a somewhat good department or anybody involved would make their best efforts at an inquiry.
So having said that, that's a subjective term. I would just ask that our SART team take a close look at that to ensure that all victims of domestic violence are treated equally with protection, regardless of potential conflicts of interest that may exist in responses. Also, another question I had was in the template in Section 9 references CHOMP and Natividad, but does not include Me Memorial or SVMH as part of the protocols. And I was just wondering if there was a reason for that, or do we require any resident of South County would have to come up to Salinas to obtain services? If you could just help me understand that a little bit more.
Yes, of course, Chair Askew. So when the sexual assault response team and program were set up many, many years ago, of our 4 hospitals, 2 of the hospitals were able to allocate space within their emergency departments to be able to have the examiners and the victims and sometimes the suspects have dedicated space for their use to be able to conduct the exam. So both the Community Hospital of Monterey Peninsula and Natividad Medical Center were able to make that space available. The Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System, although they could not dedicate space, they do provide monetary support to the SART program on an annual basis. And in reference to your specific question, yes, somebody from South County would have to be driven up here, typically by law enforcement officials, whether, to the nearest hospital to be able to receive the examination services.
All right, thank you for that. And it sounds like maybe there is ongoing conversation about how to ensure that we're expanding access to services in South County.
So up until this point, we have been able to accommodate the needs of our South County residents at Natividad Medical Center, for example. I will tell you that last year during COVID, we did begin to provide kits available. And so some of the specimen collection and some of those simple tasks were conducted in home, for example, by the victim and then made available to our SART team for processing. So we did implement that activity last year to, again, ensure that victims had access to this vital service.
I see Supervisor Lopez has his hand raised. I'm guessing it may be in follow-up to 34 as well. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, it's actually just a comment. I don't see the DA on with us, but there is additional resources in South County to assist families so that they don't have to travel all the way to Salinas. Those came online last year. And they are located deep in South County. We work really hard to make that happen. So there is additional access while not at a hospital for location in South County. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. My next comment, and I don't necessarily need a response today, but I just wanted to call out on item number 36, which is our 340B contract pharmacy agreements. It looks like we're adding we have the options of two Walmart centers and 2 Rite Aid centers for Salinas residents to access pharmacy services for 340B prescriptions. But I did wonder if there was services available in Seaside and South County for individuals who are utilizing the 340B contract pharmacies.
So Chair Askew, Elsa Jimenez again with the Health Department. We also have agreements in place with Walgreens right now. I don't know the exact location of those store locations, and I could send a follow-up email to your inquiry. But our whole goal is to try to create access to our patients for low-cost pharmacy drugs close to where they live.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And I know we do have a commitment to continuing to expand access to services. So thank you. On item number 40, thank you for pulling that, Supervisor Alejo. I just again wanted to mention and highlight that this is a $1.2 million grant that the county is receiving. Really important work that we're continuing to do to invest in addressing the crisis we're experiencing with homelessness in our community. And wanted to thank the staff who's taking the lead on getting those resources activated and out into our community. Item number 47 was pulled, but I did have some questions about the value of the VIP passes included in the sponsorship. Item 49, which is another agreement for Laguna Seca, does include the value of the VIP passes. And there were quite a few VIP passes included in the PepsiCo bottling agreement that in exchange for a $10,000 in annual sponsorship, I just, I think it's important to state what the gross or the net value of that annual support fund is when you pull out some of the benefits that are being received. So I'll just ask that that be included when that returns to us next week. And then item number 58 is a temporary amendment to our Monterey County Section 125 Flexible Benefit Plan. And I just want to make sure this is an opportunity. It's a one-year adjustment to allow county employees who have 125 Flexible Benefit Plan benefits to carry over for a year. And I just want to make sure that our HR team is prepared and ready to get the word out to employees so that they know that they can take advantage of that and that those funds weren't lost this past year. So I would hope that we could have an aggressive outreach to all employees who participate in the 125 Flexible Benefit Plan. And then on item number 61, my last item, just had a question for county staff about this is an agreement for the Parker Flats Reserve Habitat Management. And the way that the agreement is worded, it's unclear to me if the county is fully protected financially, if our CDFW mitigation requirements for the CTS, California Tiger Salamander, are greater than the level that we're currently engaged in. So just looking for some reassurance that that protection is sufficient within the existing agreement, or if there's strengthening language that needs to be added to that agreement to protect the county moving forward. I'll look for Melanie Beretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just looking, is Jackie Nickerson a part of the panelists? So let me just answer that in short. So as the clerk of the board, the clerk indicated earlier, staff did want to pull this item for a revised attachment A, which is the amendment. And what those revisions are is to basically clarify and strengthen that precisely. So if you could just bear with me because I don't actually see Jackie as a panelist on here. I will pull up that. Thank you, Jackie. Can you go ahead and thank you. Can you go ahead and read that language for the board for consideration to add that clarity that the supervisor was just discussing?
Yes. So to page 2 of the MOA, which is item 4, in addition to the current language that's there, staff is recommending to add, if CDFW requires monitoring and mitigation activities beyond what is required by the HMP and or the East Garrison CTS Interim Mitigation Monitoring Plan, Monterey County Live Oak Associations Incorporated, December 19th, 2013. UCP agrees that the responsibility for such obligations has not been legally assigned to any particular party. The county agrees to negotiate in good faith with UCP to determine how to fulfill such long-term obligations.
So Chair, that
it's been made.
So that clarifies. Excuse me.
So you're saying that that's the correction, the stronger language that's being proposed?
Yes. So what staff did, we worked with UCP to develop, and they're in concurrence with that modified language. We can pull it up and share screen if that's easier. And what it does is it adds clarity that we have every indication to believe that the current level of CTS monitoring that is happening as a part of the current MOA and agreement that we have with the developer is going to be what CDFW requires for the long term, and that is what staff has communicated and intends to fold into part of our habitat resource management plan to be funded with the FD funds that the county received from FORA, of which the East Garrison development has paid, developers have paid the majority of, over $8 million into that total CFD fee, and so a portion of that. So what this clarifies is, should CDFW come back and require that that long-term mitigation be significantly more than what the current level of effort is, it doesn't obligate the county to that. It obligates us to work with the developer to determine how that long-term obligation will be satisfied. So it keeps that level of protection for the county, but allows the county to go ahead and move forward with the Habitat Resource Management Plan, should the current level be what is required by CDFW in the long run.
Thank you for clarifying that, and I just want to make sure that in signing this, that we're not obligating the county to significant additional obligations, because we weren't very clear about what our expectations were. So if our lawyers are comfortable with that level of additional language, I'm comfortable moving forward. So I think those were all the ones that items I had for today. We do have some public comment. Is there any member of the public who wants to pull or comment on an item?
Sarah, before you go to the public, could I return to item 34 for just a minute?
Yeah, we're going back to item 34.
I've just reviewed the language in the contract, and it's actually pretty strong language about conflict of interest. The county agrees to use all reasonable efforts, which is a higher standard than just reasonable. Further on down, it says that the county shall use its best efforts to prevent employees, consultants, subcontractors from using or giving the appearance of using.
Given that, I think that my comments earlier stand in regards to concerns about thank you. So in regards to concerns about reports of mishandling of domestic violence investigations, I just do want to ask that the county fully meet our obligation to protect potential victims and transparently protect all of our victims. So. So let's see here, we'll go to public comment. We have 2 hands raised on Zoom. I don't see anyone standing up in audience, so we'll start with Robert Roach.
Hi, thank you. This is Bob Roach for MCCIA. I think a lot of people missed the first reading of this ordinance. I'm talking about item number 55, the tax rate for the outdoor grow pilot program. I remember how that rate was set. I was working at the county, and they were assuming 50 people would participate in this, and then they asked all the county departments, what would it take to run the regulatory program in Big Sur? And then that came out to $1 million, and then they divided that by 50 somehow and worked out a tax rate of, Okay, am I being heard now?
Yep, we lost you for a moment, you're back.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll start over. I'd ask you not to take action on item number 55 today, the tax rate for the outdoor grow pilot program. I think a lot of people missed the first reading of that. There's only one other person commenting. I'm not sure Big Sur knows what's going on here. I do remember how the rate was set as I was working with the county, where some discussions were held on that. And we're assuming 50 participants, and then what would it cost to run the regulatory program down there was $1 million, and this is the tax rate that was anticipated to get $1 million. But I mean, circumstances have changed. That was a 2018, 2019, and they just can't pay that now. They have no light deprivation. The trailer bill has affected the provisional licenses. The North Coast growers, outdoor growers in the North Coast, are paying a tax rate of $1 a square foot. $1. How can they compete with them? How can they compete with them? And they're starting from way behind the finish line. So I think not only should you reduce the tax rate to something like $1 a square foot, but they need a tax holiday. I mean, these people have been kept out of the regulated market for years. Their resources are depleted. They're not going to have any money to pay any taxes, which are due quarterly, until they get a crop in, which won't be until the fall. So I mean, I just think this is it for the Outdoor Grow pilot program. If you enact this tax rate, I just think it's over, and that's my prediction. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Bernie Gomez.
Yeah, buenos dias, Chair Askew and the Board of Supervisors. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. And I have a comment on item number 42, and also would like to pull item 44. And my comment to 42, you know, just around the SB 823, the closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice. You know, I'm just hoping to have that presentation from the probation department be presented to the board, just to have so that we're all in the same page and start looking forward to how to really engage this, the spirit of this, of SB 823, and how to better, you know, engage and protect and ensure that our youth, you know, exit the system successfully, right? But yeah, just looking forward to see when that presentation will be provided. And around item 44, you know, that, you know, it's you know, first and foremost, you know, just hope all the families from the victims from the fires, right, they were all safe. However, this is just really concerning to me because it's talking about you know, unused COVID-19 budget, you know, funds to be redirected for, you know, cost and carried fire responses. And, you know, just this last FY 21-22, there was a budget line item from the Sheriff's Department asking for or requesting some additional COVID-19 related expenses, right? So it kind of just, it makes me wonder and just be like, well, where is this money actually going to? You know, obviously probably going to, you know, overtime now or something, but yeah, it makes no sense to me to take money from unused COVID-19 budgets and FY 21-22. As I said, the Sheriff's Office requested more money for COVID-19, and it's just, I don't know, for me, it's like a contradiction. It's I don't know, and I understand that this went to the budget committee, so maybe if I can just get a little explanation of what happened there. I wasn't able to attend, but I would just really, you know, ask to not take action on that or reject it, if anything. Yeah, and I mean, I'll yield my time and just thank you for this moment.
Thank you for your comments today, Bernie. Next up, we have a phone number ending in 657. You need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. My name is Luis Osorio. I'm a land use planner with JRG Attorneys here in Salinas, and I'm speaking in regards to item number 62 on the consent agenda. This is the board's acceptance of the parcel map for Scheid Vineyards, which was approved by the Planning Commission earlier. And my comment is for the Housing and Community Development Department staff. We emailed them earlier presenting some what we thought were some inconsistencies in the language between the language that's presented in the resolution for your board this morning and the action that the Planning Commission took. And I spoke with Mr. Spencer yesterday, and I understood that some changes were going to be made to the resolution. I'm not certain that those changes were made. So I wanted to check with the staff to see if they made the changes to the resolution, because we haven't seen an amended resolution if they were made. Thank you.
And then what item number was that again?
Item number 62, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we have one more public comment today on Zoom. Eloise Shim, we'll give you permission to unmute your microphone and share your thoughts with us today.
Okay, good morning. This is Eloise Shim, and I wanted to make a comment about the consent item number 40, which has to do with homelessness and rehousing. I have applied for the rental assistant program through the United Way, and that's been pretty complex and confusing to apply for. And really now, because of the lag, I'm kind of on the verge of being evicted from my temporary housing situation. So I myself don't want to be in a position to have to go live in Salinas. I live in Seaside now and have for, I don't know, I guess 3 or 4 years. And I don't want to go to that share center to live because I have allergies and they allow pets there and I'm allergic to them. So that won't work for me. So I'm just wondering, when they're talking about $670,000 for rapid rehousing, would that then mean that you'd have to have another complex application and to go through to, I don't know. It's too complicated. All this money for housing for people who have been held up with their unemployment insurance and pandemic situation is just not coming down the pike for me at all, despite what I've done. And so I'd like some guidance about how to keep from being expelled from where I'm living now. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments today, Eloise. Let's see here. So there were a couple outstanding questions. Is staff able to comment briefly on 44 or 62?
Yes, thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board. Regarding item 62, we did receive public comments and errata was prepared. Unfortunately, it sounds like it didn't get to the board. We agreed with some of the points made. Page 5 of the staff report lists exhibits attached to the resolution. There were some typos in those exhibits. The draft board resolution should be Exhibit G, not listed as Exhibit B. This was inadvertently listed twice. The Williamson contract applicable to the property was attached to the resolution, which is now Exhibit G, as I mentioned. The Williamson contract should be listed as Exhibit H. So there was a couple typos that I wanted to identify. Further on page 3 of attachment G of the draft resolution, in the 10th whereas recital references the Planning Commission resolution. It should be updated as follows. We'd like to strike the language that reads, made the following findings which are set forth below and hereby incorporated by this reference, and strike the remaining portions of that whereas recital after that language and replace with, and the findings and evidence contained in the Planning Commission resolution are hereby incorporated by reference. There was just some confusing language there that we'd like to have replaced. Otherwise, the comments asked that the contract be included. We would not include the contract in the resolution. That will be prepared and recorded separately.
So it sounds like maybe we need to, is there a timeliness to this, or would we be able to have those corrections made and have it brought back next week on the consent agenda?
So if it pleases the board with the motion, those can be included as mentioned.
Chair, because it's a resolution, it can be corrected after the fact. If a motion were to include the corrections as Mr. Lundquist identified, it can be acted on today.
Okay, so we'll maybe, we'll need to vote separately on 62, I guess, to be very clear about the corrections.
Right, as well as making sure that the correct resolution and the errata, as Mr. Lundquist mentioned, is submitted to the clerk.
Are those all en route to the clerk currently, Eric?
They are.
Colleagues, are there any questions about the changes that were noted verbally by Mr. Lundquist now, or was that clear?
The only question I'd have, Madam Chair, is does that capture the request from Mr. Osorio with JRG? I mean, I want to make sure that, you know, in terms of the outline changes requested, that they are all covered here.
Okay, I'm thinking it may be best if we bring this back next week so that we can make sure everything's documented clearly and that any additional conversations that need to happen take place. So if everyone's comfortable with that and we're not on a time sensitive. So let's, and then was there anyone who was able to comment on 44? Or was Sheriff's Office?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Sean Mino at the Sheriff's Office. I think that the board report really covers everything that really covers it. I mean, we had what looked like an awful lot of need in the jail in January when all of the departments were back in front of the board asking for COVID relief. And, you know, frankly, the case counts and the infection rates and everything just really tanked after that. You know, as the vaccines rolled out and the case counts started to drop, so we continued to plan for the worst, but as it stood, we didn't, you know, there was some that we just didn't need. We didn't need Aramark to start prepping meals again. We didn't need some of the same thing. You know, we were able to cut down on security and cut down on a lot of things we were doing at the peak, and therefore we didn't need it, so we didn't spend it, and it worked out quite well because we had the big need last summer for the Carmel River and Dolan fires, and so it worked out great that we had the excess appropriations in the jail, and it was able to help shore up all of the excess overtime from our fire response and all the evacuations.
Right, thank you for that clarification. So with that, I think we're ready to accept a motion, and we would be, this would be for consent items number 31 through 65, excluding item number 47, which was pulled, and 62, which will be returning next week. I guess they'll both be returning next
Move approval.
Second.
week. Motion from Phillips, a second from Adams, and we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Our consent calendar carries today. Thank you. Next up, we have item number 21, which is board comments. Colleagues, board comments. We'll start here. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. A couple of things. It was a real relief that the Willow Fire was quickly contained. It did not spread outside of the National Forest this past couple of weeks. I want to thank particularly Kevin Elliott, who is a Los Padres National Forest Supervisor, for his leadership in this event, and all of the other participating fire entities that helped bring it to its close quite quickly. And Mother Nature had a big hand in that, and I appreciate her as well. Drought conditions and last year's fires, I think residents are rightly concerned about the high fire risks, and I just really want to ensure that people really do look at what they need to do to keep their homes hardened so that they are really protected against fires. Just today, we have a little incident that happened in Monterey. It looks like it's been contained, but those are the kinds of things that can happen and can spread if everybody isn't on deck and if their houses aren't protected. Also want to give a quick shout out of thanks to Kim Stemler for a very succinct presentation she made at the Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Council last week about the financial impacts of wildfire on the wine industry as well as row crops. Highlighted the economic impacts that fires can have in the community beyond the actual fires. And I think it might be something that could be of benefit to the entire board to hear. It was a really good presentation. Excuse me. I also I'm looking forward to speaking to the Monterey County Business Council as part of the Supervisors series, and I think each of you who's already gone before me needs to give me any advice. If there's anything I need to be worried about, I want to be prepared. Also, finally, I just want to say that it's terrific to see so many events and activities resuming since the pandemic has waned a bit, and I'm really thankful for that. I do have some concerns, though, about some of the special events that are being planned for Car Week in new locations on short notice. In the past, we've had some just horrendous situations that came up, really jeopardizing the safety of residents through traffic, through parking issues, and particularly safety issues when there was not enough time planned for the event to really iron things out. And I know that there's an event that's being discussed about around the Carmel Valley Village area, and I just really want to ensure that the Special Events Task Force carefully looks at this event to ensure that the well-being of the residents will be taken care of, that the parking, particularly around the parking circulation, the traffic circulation, and that those are going to be fully addressed and fully evaluated. I think that's really an important part of any kind of an event that we have in our community, but particularly this year when the fire danger is already so high and we're talking about events where there's very limited access on public roads. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Phillips?
We had a rough weekend in North County. There was a number of car crashes, brush fire. On Sunday, we had a car crash on Highway 1. On Monday, we had 2 car crashes. One involved a child but wasn't injured bad. On Sunday, there were 3 serious injuries, and one child had to be airlifted. The other 2 went to the trauma center. That was near Reese Circle on Highway 101, and the traffic was blocked both ways for a number of hours. And then late Sunday, early Monday morning, we had a triple homicide in Castroville. It wasn't Castroville residents, but it was an Airbnb that had been rented out for a party. Some people from out of at least the Castroville area were there. I can't remember. I can remember a few times we've had a triple homicide. I know we had one in Seaside back in the 80s. We had one down at Soledad Prison, but it's been a long time since we've had a triple homicide in our county, and it just concerns you. And you have the parties, and you have guns, and you have young people. And alcohol. It's worrisome. We also had a number of noise complaints about parties going on in North County. The Weekly was pretty critical about our inability to stop the loud parties, especially the pay-for parties. And it's become a widespread concern. And we've seen things settle down during the pandemic, but we've seen an increase in these activities, especially the pay-for parties. Looking at it, it's a big area to try to monitor, and with our valleys and our canyons as they are, it's difficult sometimes to find out, even if you know the area, where the noise is coming from. I had this weekend. My wife went to bed early. I stayed at the other end of the house. When I came in, she was still ranting and raving about the loud party going on. I hadn't heard it at the other end of the house, and I think, well, I'm not deaf, but it shows you how the noise carries, and she's threatening to write a letter to her supervisor, which I'm sure she may do. I met with the Sheriff's Department and Code Enforcement, trying to see what we can do to elevate enforcement. One of the things that I've talked to our CAO about to see if we can get resources, adequate resources to have a code enforcement representative on duty on the weekends, especially in the afternoons and evenings on Saturdays and Sundays. And Mr. McKee and I are looking and his staff is looking to that to see if that's available, but that would be something that I would think their sole focus would be for enforcement, and the sheriff's department would be back up on that. And the other thing, the other thing we get the most calls about is trash on the highways, and to that point, I'm participating this Thursday with Supervisor Lopez in an illegal dumping roundtable meeting, where we're meeting with other representatives and the city's representatives. And in preparing for that, I looked at illegal dumping statewide conference that was held up in Alameda County, and where they really emphasized not just the education and eradication like we're doing now with Smith and Enright being contracted with the county for pickup of the large items, but also enforcement. And there, the district attorney of Alameda County and Contra Costa County are really taking the lead on pushing for enforcement, including putting up some cameras in some of the targeted areas too, and especially targeting the haulers. So they've made that kind of an environmental issue, that especially equity issue when you're talking about most of the impoverished areas are the ones hit with the illegal dumping. So that's something that I talked to about with the district attorney of the county, and that's something we'll be discussing. Supervisor Lopez and I will be discussing this Thursday. So thank you. Sorry it takes so much time, Madam Chair, but thank you.
So I just have a brief, want to give a shout out to Transportation Agency from Monterey County. They were able to mobilize and get some old blighted fencing, chain link fencing that's been left behind along the railroad tracks, along Del Monte Avenue in Marina, at the intersections of Palm and Reservation. It's just been left there to rot for years, for decades, and it was removed recently. Just a very small thing that removes some of the visual blight that has just remained for too long in our communities. So I just want to say thank you to TMZ, thank you to the City of Marina for figuring out how to get that done. We appreciate it. We'll go over to my colleagues, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to invite the public this Friday. We'll be doing our grand opening of our new space in Greenfield. I know some emails went out inviting folks. It's an exciting time to have our office right in the heart of the district there in Greenfield at City Hall. And our art competition winners' pieces will be up on the wall as well. So it's kind of a dual purpose event this Friday evening from 4:30 to 6 at City Hall in Greenfield. Invite the public to come out and share some good food and some drinks with us to celebrate that grand opening. I also wanted to thank the U.S. Forest Service for all their efforts to keep the Willow Fire under control. There was a lot of fear and concern in the community, especially with all the evacuations early on around the Arroyo Seco community. But at this point, there's a lot of sighs of relief being heard around the community, but also it's cautious in terms of understanding that we're still early in this fire season, unfortunately, and we're all staying on guard. And remember that at this point, portions of the forest are closed, so please adhere to those closures until they are lifted. It is for the good of the community and for the safety of our public who wants to use the park as well. Wanted to say congratulations to each one of my communities down in South County, specifically Gonzales, Greenfield, Soledad, and King City for having great 4th of July celebrations. I did want to share that on the 4th, we were able to open the Avenue of Honor within San Lorenzo Park in King City, which is our county park. It is a multi-acre dedication to those soldiers from Southern Monterey County who made the ultimate sacrifice in the theater of war. It was once at the entrance and now is a truly fitting acknowledgement of that sacrifice. We had a lot of family members out, a lot of tears, a lot of good stories being told as the community came out to share that moment. And so I want to thank Tony Virueta, a veteran from Soledad, Gold Star family member who came out and told the story of his nephew who was lost recently in the Middle East, and also the new Colonel for 400 Liggett who just came on, Colonel Lamb, who came out and shared that day with us, as well as Coyote, Rich Wiley, as most of us know him, for sharing that with us. And lastly, want to congratulate Paul Guzman. He is now the 28th District for the American Legion Commander. I was able to attend that ceremony this Sunday. It was a great event where we had veterans from all over the Tri-County region casting their vote and making him the commander for the 28th. It's exciting to have that be a veteran from Gonzales. It was great to be at that ceremony in the community of Gonzales, and also want to congratulate the auxiliary members who are now part of their executive board. It was great to be back in community over the last week and a half, even though we haven't been together here at the board, and wanted to share those thoughts. And I look forward to the symposium that Supervisor Phillips and I are putting together on illegal dumping as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I wanted to take a moment to congratulate our new Registrar of Voters, Gina Martinez, and I hope that our CEO could invite her at our next meeting just to introduce her to the community. It's great to see the leadership come up from the ranks, and I thank Claudio Valenzuela for his mentorship of other younger folks in the office, but knowing that he was preparing to leave and that he left us in good hands. And so I hope that we could bring her at the next meeting. And certainly it's historic when she is the first Latina ever in Monterey County history to hold that position. So congratulations, Gina, and look forward to continuing to have a great elections office here in upcoming elections and continue to provide services to voters year round. I also wanted to just say we have some big budget victories coming up that took place this week on both on the digital divide and on the goals of advancing ethnic studies in our schools. Just a few days ago, the governor signed a historic, the legislature approved and sent to the governor a historic budget bill that had $50 million for the implementation of the curriculum I authored on ethnic studies back in 2016. It's the most ever in the United States history for ethnic studies for high schools. On top of that, there was an additional $5 million for the creation of professional developments to train teachers in providing these courses. And it also made it contingent on the bill that I've been working on, AB 101, that would actually make it a high school graduation requirement several years down the road still, but nonetheless, it would be the first state in the nation to actually add an ethnic studies high school graduation requirement for its high school. So very historic. And even yesterday, the Board of Governors of the California Community Colleges also approved having an ethnic studies graduation requirement for associate degrees. That was voted unanimously. And so it will go into effect in the 2022-23 academic year. So big wins on ethnic studies, the most and allocations. And on the community college, I was under 5.6 million for the implementation of that requirement for the community colleges. So certainly exciting to see so much change happen in the advancement of ethnic studies discipline that was created in 1968 out of San Francisco State and UC Berkeley. On the broadband front, that's another big issue I've been very involved with numerous key legislators on. It was announced yesterday that there was a deal reached with the governor and the Senate president and the speaker for a $6 billion package. About 80% has been agreed upon, and I think will be voted on this Thursday in the budget bills that will then go to the governor. But it includes $3.25 billion for the open access middle mile, which was a key component to make sure that there is competition, especially to the unserved areas, so that half of our residents are not just stuck in these monopolies where they have no other choice but to only go with one company and be charged whatever those companies want. When there's competition, prices go down, it benefits consumers. And so the open access provision for the middle mile construction was so key. On top of that, there was another $2 billion put for the last mile, which is that last part to reach these neighborhoods and these communities that are further away. That is another key piece that was included. And so we're excited. I know there's another portion that needs to be still negotiated and finalized over the summer recess, which will begin this Friday for the legislature, but that will come back in August, and we should be able to handle the remaining key pieces that will really make some landmark reforms and provide record funding for closing the digital divide once and for all in California. So I'm very excited. Certainly CSAC is very excited and supportive of what has been negotiated. And so we're excited that this will be able to move forward. Last announcement was just, I just wanted also again, thank Supervisor Lopez and his Chief of Staff Priscilla, my staff, Javier and Linda, that were out last Saturday again, vaccinating farm workers. We reached a little bit over 200, but it is ongoing. It shows that farm workers are still a priority. We haven't forgot. We know that there's still infections. There's still a concerning amount of deaths that are happening in Monterey County. And our efforts to continue to vaccinate and reach and protect as many workers and families is so key. And I know that the Grower Shipper Association and Clínica de Salud are going to have a couple upcoming clinics where they're not only vaccinating workers, but they're vaccinating their children as well. So it's now moving for trying to reach more of the family members to protect a greater amount of those within the farm worker family household as well. So with that, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for all the comments, everyone, and updates on activities that are happening in your district. I think it's a nice chance for us all to learn a little bit more and stay apprised of countywide happenings. Is there any public comment on the board comments today? And then we'll close public comment on board comments and bring it back to our item number 22, our CAO comments and referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had two new referrals this week. One was by Supervisor Adams to request that the county approve Juneteenth as a county holiday, and the Human Resources Department will process that request. In addition, we had a referral from Supervisor Phillips regarding the cannabis program, in particular to look at the structure and processes and procedures, focused somewhat on the permitting and inspections part of the program. And I'm happy to report that Supervisor Phillips is prescient, and we had already engaged an outside consultant to look exactly at those issues, especially the structure of the program, and we will be happy to fold this referral into that request for the consultant to look at the program overall and make sure that we're structuring it right, utilizing best practices, understanding that cannabis is kind of a new thing across the state, but there's probably things we can learn from others, and also just generally good practices about how to manage a program like this within the county. And so we're going to fold that referral into the work that we're having this consultant do, management consultant do, to look at the way that a lot of folks across the county a lot of time working in this, on these on the cannabis program, especially Joanne Iwamoto and her staff do a lot, obviously spend a lot of time and effort on this and do a great job. And so the more we can improve processes on things like this, the better we will. Finally, as a comment for the board, I am happy to bring Gina Martinez, ask her to make some comments here at the board meeting as Supervisor Alejo had requested. It is a great honor to have one of our own move up. Certainly, it's also really a good day for Monterey County when very strong, smart, active Latina like Gina comes forward. She has some great ideas and great energy and innovation that I think will be good for the building off of what Claudio Valenzuela built, the team that he built out at elections. So I think we're in great hands with Gina, and look forward to having her make some comments at a future board meeting.
You forgot she's a North County resident too. Did you forget?
I tried to ignore that she was a District 2 Castroville girl, but yeah, a good, strong North County resident, and came back to her roots and is happy to serve Monterey County. She's very proud of Monterey, and especially North County and Castroville.
Wonderful. Thank you for. Sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question, if I could, on your referral. I got a phone call from the state. We're talking about this, and I wanted to know whether or not, maybe this would be for Joanne, our county has applied for any of the state funding that's available to support the county cannabis program with processing of provisional licenses. I know that sort of rolls into all of this, that I understand they told us that they don't think that we've applied, but they know that there's money out there waiting for us. So I think there's some time limitation on that. Just wanted to know what the certain circumstances.
So just to be cautious here for county council, and that, what's on the agenda today, tying that into the referral, I think would be the best way to approach it if there is a connection.
That's what I thought
Joanne,
there
if there is a
probably would
connection.
be.
Otherwise, we can have her reach out to you directly and make.
Would the money not be able to be used for the consultant's work?
I don't know. Joanne, any thoughts on that?
Joanne Uemoto, any comments on the thoughts on the grant?
Whether a grant that the state might have, monies available at the state level, could be used if we able to get that grant money could be used to fund the study by the consultant.
I'm actually having a call with Nicole Elliott at the governor's office this afternoon at 4. I will ask that specific question.
Excellent.
All right. Is there any public comment on our CAO comments this morning? Public comment on the CAO comments? Seeing none, we can close item number 22. I will just thank you, CEO McKee, for ensuring that the actual referrals were included on the agenda. I think that's a great move in the sake of transparency so that the public can see what it is we're talking about when we talk about the referrals. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank the clerk and
Thank
Karina
you, clerk.
Bogdanovich for making that happen.
Next up, we have item number 23, which is our general public comments. This is a time for general public comment for items that are not otherwise included on today's agenda. It is 12:02, and we still haven't made it to our first morning item, so we're going to do a minute 30 for public comment today. California's open meeting laws do require that we conduct our business in open public meetings, but it also limits our discussion to items that are included on the posted agenda for a meeting. So that may mean that we are not able to respond directly to your public comment today, but we do appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts with us. So with that, I see a few hands raised online. We will start with Robert Roach, and we've got a minute 30 on the clock. Thank you again for joining us this morning, Robert.
Hi, thank you, Chair Askew. I did submit written comments, and I'm not trying to get two bites at the apple here, but I just want to say that the referral and the restructuring of the cannabis program is a very good idea, and MCCIA supports that. And just appreciate the work that the cannabis program is doing, the level of communication that's going on, their willingness to solve problems with the industry. But I've known that the structure was kind of an issue from the beginning. I'm glad to see you addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Eloise Shim.
Okay, thank you. This is Eloise Shim speaking, and I just wanted to comment about the ordinance that you passed, 5354, and I wanted to thank Supervisor Adams for voting no on that. The one that is about the outdoor and indoor cannabis, to expand that. Because in LA County, they just confiscated $1 billion of illegal marijuana last week, and it cost law enforcement $1 million from that one operation, with huge numbers of water that were stolen by the cartels. And it affected the farmers of the legal product that doesn't include the legal marijuana. And that was in Antelope Valley, which is only about a 3 or 4 hour drive from here. And also the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the plants and animals were affected by the pesticides from that illegal marijuana. And the cartels intimidated the residents with guns. So it's not that far from Monterey County. So really, I think it's too bad that you want to expand it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Eloise. Is there any other public comment on Zoom? Please raise your hand so that we can call on you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we're going to close public comment and move on to our 10:30 a.m. scheduled matter. This is to receive a report from the Human Resources Department on the selection process for RFP 10802 temporary staffing services. And I believe we have Irma Ramirez-Bao and Kim Moore here from Monterey County Human Resources to give a brief presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to return back today to talk to you regarding the RFP process that the Human Resources conducted with the assistance of our Contracts and Purchasing Department. We have Kim Moore here who will share with you the process that we utilized and the outcome of that process. We have a PowerPoint that we're going to briefly go through, and then at the end answer any questions that you may have. So, Kim.
Good afternoon, Supervisor or Chair Askew, members of the board. Maggie Kalata, our administrative professional, will be running the PowerPoint for us this morning.
Yes, good morning.
Very close. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if we lost Maggie.
I am on the line. I have my screen shared. It's the presentation app.
Maggie, can you move to the next page, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we wanted to share with you the process that was utilized for the Temporary Staffing Services Agency RFP process. This RFP came out because the previous agreements were set to expire at the end of June. We started this process several months ago, and the key elements of the scope of work included responsiveness. So we were looking for agencies that would respond to us within 2 hours, that would send an individual to us within 4 hours, keeping communication with us. There was also invoicing requirements, reporting practices. Reporting practices were very important, and this is due to the PERS requirements. So if a temporary employee from an agency is going to come to the county and they have been in PERS previously or have money in PERS currently, we need to begin paying their PERS immediately upon their assignment with us. So there is a financial liability potentially for the county engaging with these temporary staffing providers. And so counting the number of hours that are worked and alerting us immediately whether or not they are PERS members is very important. In addition, California Government Code 31,000.4 allows for the Board of Supervisors to engage with temporary staffing providers to for peak times, for emergencies, and things of that nature. But there is a limit to the amount of hours that these folks can work. They can work 90 days, which equates to 720 hours, whereas county temporary employees do not have a limit on the number of hours that they can work. So that's a second very important piece of the reporting, is counting the hours that the folks are working so that we can ensure we're in compliance. And then the last piece was pricing. So the actual pay rate to the individuals and the bill rate to the county. Maggie, can you? So part of the RFP clearly outlined, this is from the RFP itself, the selection criteria. So the contractor and subsequent contract awards will be based on criteria contained in the solicitation as demonstrated in the submitted proposal. The contractors are required to submit enough information for the county to easily evaluate the proposals with respect to the selection criteria, and the absence of any required information may cause the proposal to be deemed non-responsive and may be cause for rejection. So basically this is saying that we need to be able to evaluate all those criteria I went through by the information that the proposals contain. So the actual points that we were awarding were 25 points for price, 15 points for experience of the agency, 25 points for response times, 25 points for the reporting practices, 5 points are awarded if they're a local vendor, and 5 points for acceptance of the county terms and conditions. So this was the, it adds up to 100 points, and so we were rating people on that criteria. So we received 30, very large number. I think we actually received maybe 38, but they weren't all completely responsive. We assigned 3 HR professionals that are familiar with the services, and they fairly and equally evaluated the proposals. They were competitively evaluated based on the selection criteria that I mentioned and in accordance with contracts and purchasing guidelines. The proposals that had evaluation scores that, combined of the 3 evaluations of 80% and above were the ones that were moved forward for tentative awards. The county in the previous contract had 3 vendors, and this time we were moving forward 4 vendors. 2 of them are current that are moving forward, and 3 of the 4 are local vendors. So the board had asked for us to return and do some initial analysis and possibly provide some options for consideration. One of the options is to go ahead and approve the agreements with the 4 vendors that were presented to the board on June 22nd. I do want to make one comment about a change that was made to the report. We did add item D, which is to also allow the contracts purchasing officer to amend agreements in the future to comply with state and federal minimum wage requirements. We do have a minimum wage increase coming January 1. It's scheduled, so barring nothing changing, and there may be something coming in the future. So this would allow for us to continue that process. So the county can do additional agreements with qualified contractors who meet the minimum requirements after 1 year. So any of those 32 vendors that submitted and any others out there that are interested after 1 year can submit a new proposal and be evaluated and be added to the agreements. As I mentioned, we are requesting amendments to the agreements to comply with state or federal minimum wage and to allow the contracts purchasing officer or the supervisor to increase the cumulative amount up to 10%. And then one thing that we wanted to point out is that departments do have the ability to enter into separate agreements for temporary staffing services as necessary and appropriate. So if one of the 4 vendors that are awarded are not able to provide the services the department needs, they are able to go and contract with another vendor, keeping in mind that if they're going to engage in a contract over $100,000, that would require board approval. But there is that ability. Another option for consideration is to reject all the bids. Doing that would cause potential inconsistency in pay rates because we would be engaging with multiple vendors and would have no set pricing in place. It would possibly cause the CalPERS retirement contribution liability. We may not be in compliance with California Government Code 31,000.4 if we're not doing the robust reporting that is needed. And then there may be administrative costs associated with managing multiple contracts across multiple departments. Another third option could be to reject all the bids and reissue the RFP. The Resources Department is recommending that the board forward with approving the agreements as were amended or originally presented on June 22nd.
We're here to answer any of your questions that you may have this afternoon.
So, colleagues, questions. I see Supervisor Phillips.
No, I don't have any questions, and I was one of those initially asked to bring this back and take a look at it. I and my staff had a chance to look at it and talk to HR, and we're comfortable it was a fair process, and I'll support staff recommendation. Thank you.
You said staff recommendation of the options presented?
Well, to approve the RFP as proposed.
So the option number 1, correct?
Option number 1.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All clear. Supervisor Adams.
So can you just tell me, did I know our staff has been able to interact, and I'm happy as well, but I did just want to ask about the D, under the item D, that people, a department. I don't know whether that was made clear at the previous.
Actually added when we redid the board report for this meeting today.
Okay.
We became aware that there was the potential that if there are future minimum wage increases, the contract may be below that minimum wage, and so we wanted to ask for the ability to amend those agreements.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So that's going to be part of the recommendation then?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Supervisor Alejo or Lopez, any comments or questions?
Nope, I'm prepared to move option 1.
Move option 1 second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Supervisor Phillips for option number 1. Let's go ahead and call public comment on items. Given the time, we're going to stick with our minute 30, if that's all right. So, yeah, come on up and make sure the microphone is turned on, so that, and then speak very closely and loudly so everyone online can hear as well. Thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thanks again for seeing you all here again today. And with all due respect to HR Kim, we see the importance of the criteria set in the RFP. And after the last board meeting, we understand where we made our mistake. Our proposal content lacked a lot of important information based on the RFP and how we did not align our proposal to the criteria outlined. But we did enter and included references in the proposal. So with that said, we're asking the board to reevaluate our proposal and reach out to references, many of them county individuals that we've worked with for many years, that would substantiate allowing employing at the score to increase in terms of reporting capabilities, in terms of response time. And again, I do want to highlight that 43% of the total spend went directly to employment, which underscores the success rate that we've had with the county over the years and the relationships. And I do understand the importance of, tracking hours and the retirement. And, we've done that all. And bringing on new vendors that are not familiar with that, it's a learning process. And to not include us as part of the vendor list, it disappoints me, but we also understand. So I did want to point that out. And as HR points out, resumes, I do this every single day of my life. I look at a piece of paper, it looks perfect on paper, but until you actually interview a candidate, you can extract information from merely asking questions from other people that have worked directly with employment. So I did want to highlight that, and again, we're a local vendor, and so anyway, I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there any public comment online today for this item? I don't see any hands raised. Anyone else in the audience?
Once again, we're here, as you can see, but I just want to say thank you to both the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Phillips, and all those who agreed to revisit this. And I want to thank HR, too, for their time coming out here and presenting this. It brought a lot more clarity as well. So we do appreciate everybody's time, and we do enjoy our partnership with the county, and we look forward to working with everyone either, in the future or hopefully, sooner than later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. With that, we have a motion, a motion, I believe it was from Lopez, a second from Phillips, and we'll close public comment and bring it back for roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. The motion carries. It is 12:20. We will recess to lunch for closed session, and we will be back here again at 1:30. Thank you.
A commercial studio.
Thank you so much.
By the guy Dave Travis, but I've known him for
No retirement. Keep going as long as you can. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Lawndale Guitar Show. We're here this evening with Rick Lawndale, and Rick, tell us about what you're going to play for us. Right
Okay,
now.
this is good. This is actually the title track from that one country album thing. That thing is called Ponderosa Parkway.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, you ready for podium mic check?
Clerk's mic, clerk's mic.
Wireless one.
Test, test.
Test, test.
Wireless mic 2.
Just bellowing. Side by side is
Test, test.
okay. Well, I'll just have
I think we've got everyone back in the room. It is 1:39, and we are going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 13th. We could have everyone take their seats, please. We're going to start the meeting. Yep, thanks. Right, for anyone who is watching us on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, you are also welcome to join us on Zoom at webinar ID number 224-397-747. That was 224-397-747. If everyone else who's on Zoom could please just make sure you're muted, that'd be fabulous. And we'll ask our clerk for a roll call.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Lopez appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Askew, Adams, and Phillips appearing in person.
Thank you. Once again, we have Spanish interpretation services provided this afternoon by Maria Avila. Maria, could you make our Spanish interpretation announcement?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María, estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español. Ahorita tenemos los servicios de intérprete en español disponibles vía Zoom. Solo seleccione su global, el icono global abajo de su pantalla. En este momento no tenemos los servicios de intérprete por llamada regular.
Thank you, Maria. We have a couple 1:30 p.m. scheduled matters. The first item, number 25, is to receive an after-action report regarding the County Emergency Operations Center COVID-19 pandemic activation. And I would like to welcome and introduce Gary Malaise, our Emergency Services Manager, to begin our presentation.
Thank you, Chair. What we did is to make sure that this was an independent report, we hired Tetra Tech, a emergency management specialist in the industry, to complete this after-action review, and we have their chairman and CEO, Bart, for a brief PowerPoint. I'll be available, and so will Mr. Semper.
All right, we'll pass the microphone over to you, Mr. Spencer. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me fine? Okay, so let me see if I can share my screen with you. Here you go. Hold on 1 second. Slideshow. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So thank you for having me this afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to do a presentation, as Jerry said, and did some explanation. Obviously, everybody is very aware with COVID-19 and some of the EOC activations that have occurred, not only in this area, but throughout the country. And so one of the things that we have been asked to do, Tetra Tech, is to do after-action assessments and look at ways that we can do things better. So I want to spend a little time with you going through some of that today. I was able to do several of these in California and then help with others throughout the country. So I want to do that. Feel free to ask me questions as we go along. There's a lot of good information, and we've seen a lot of positives, things, if you will, that have come out of COVID, even though we're still experiencing a lot of the downsides of it as well today. So I wanted to kind of go through and do some specific things with you and talk about it. And so when we were approached to do this and put in a proposal for the county, they were four different areas that they asked us to look at. And so the project scope focused on operational coordination, PIO operations, which is public information operations, and public warning and getting information out to folks. The Emergency Operations Center functions, and then management operations, how the county functions in relationship to the EOC. The task at hand that we were asked to put together was an assessment report and then to provide an improvement plan. And really what we were looking at is, okay, given the things that we were going through, what can we do to improve things? How can we do things better? What are some things that we're experiencing that maybe will help us do things in a more improved way? So let me kind of, before I get into the nuts and bolts of the presentation, let me tell you a little about me and why I'm able to talk to you today. So my background, I started my career many years ago, about 35 years ago, as a first responder. And I've worked both EMS, fire, and done a little law enforcement. So I do have good field experience. And so from there, I've kind of transitioned into emergency management. I've been working in emergency management for the last 20 years at various levels, local levels and county levels. And so up until about 2 years ago, I was still working for the government. And then about 2 years ago, I was asked to, Tetra Tech asked me if I would come over and take over the director of emergency management for the Western operations. And so that's what I'm doing now. So that's kind of my background. So I have an understanding of how this is going on. And as I said, I've done a few of these. So what we're trying to bring to you today is the information not only for Monterey County, but also best practices and how can we do things better for y'all. Okay, so just a little quick things. I know some of you know this and have this probably at your information at your fingertips, but I put this slide up and I've done several presentations and I want to do this on purpose, and that's to kind of remind folks of the diversity and the size of the area that they're working with. And so a quick stats I put together, 440 plus thousand residents that live in the county, 3,200 plus square miles, 12 cities. So as you are very well familiar with, that the range of the county goes, from up in the Salinas area, just south of Watsonville, all the way down, almost stretches to Highway 5 with a 101 corridor running right down through the middle and running up against the coast. And so that becomes important, especially when we were looking at this, is, how effective are you at being able to get out information to folks, being able to help assist folks, dealing with other emergencies. You had the fire in the in the eastern part of the county at some point, and then you had earlier this year or last year, you had Big Sur, which collapsed. So you have multiple things that are going on simultaneously. That puts a stretch on the folks in the emergency management world. And so not only dealing with the COVID, but also dealing with the multiple emergencies. So you do realize the size of your county. So I just kind of want to point that out. When we did this presentation for Marin County, one of the things that I wanted to point out to them is a lot of them were going other places to get supplies. So they were crossing into other counties. Where that became problematic is when you're dealing with people who were potentially contagious or trying to quarantine, and look at that, is that you have folks coming in from other places. So just kind of as a general reminder, some of the things that y'all went through, the county experience and went through in the past year or so, is you had fires, as I said, you had something called the Pineapple Express, a lot of rain or a lot of moisture that is concentrated in. As you know, you're subject to a lot of winter storms being on the coast. Flooding, we had a lot of issues with high temperatures last year, and then with PG&E doing public safety power shutdowns. And we've also been threatened with some of those again this year. The Cal ISO has put out some warnings or issued some concerns, especially with some of the fires up on in the Northern California area along the Oregon border. And then the big one, which you see in the middle, is the COVID. And we're still dealing with some of those after effects today. Put this up so that you're familiar with, what is the mission of the OES office, of the Office of Emergency Services. And it's to provide quality services for the benefit, excuse me, of Monterey County residents, businesses, and guests, while developing, maintaining, enhancing emergency management resources in the operational areas. As I go through the presentation today, you will see that what we have found through a lot of these assessments throughout California and around the country is that a lot of the folks in emergency services, emergency management have been stretched. They've been asked to do things that are kind of outside of what their normal requirements have been in the past. And so you have certainly seen an uptick in that. We'll talk about that in a later slide, but the demands for the folks in emergency services, emergency management greatly excelled in the last year. Oops. Okay, so I put some of these slides up. Some of you may be familiar with this, some of you may not be, but wanted to do a snapshot of this. The folks in emergency management are very familiar with this. In California, we have to work inside something called SEMS, Standardized Emergency Management System. And for us to be in compliant with the state, the requirement is that we do have to follow SEMS. And you will see that the diagram there that shows how information is flowed back and forth from the state all the way back down to the local communities. And then if there were requests for resources, it works its way up from the local communities in through the operational area, which is Monterey County OES, and then all the way up to the state. One of the things that we noticed in talking to folks, not only in Monterey County, but throughout some of the other places that we did assessment reports, is that things were changing at the state level, sometimes daily, sometimes hourly. And that became a challenge for local communities to keep up with some of the changes, some of the information. And, you know, how do we do that? Or some of the requirements were pushed down on the counties, and the counties are like, well, wait a minute, we don't have those resources to be able to manage that. So those were some of the challenges that we saw in dealing with some of the COVID-19 issues. There was sometimes confusion between what the feds were saying and what the state was saying. And so that left people sometimes unknown about, you know, what do we do? Who do we listen to? But this information flow chart is a good resource that the folks who work in emergency services for your county work directly through the region up to the state. And hopefully that is a good pathway. The state is going through their own assessment of, you know, how come they do things and improve it and do things better. Inside SEMS and inside NIMS, which is the national requirement for this, you will see something that's set up called an ICS chart, an incident command system. And this is the way things need to operate. And there is flexibility in this, and that you grow this chart or organizational chart as you need to, and then you downsize it as an incident may be in declining or, you know, scaling down, but it's set up in various different branches. And so you will see operations, planning, logistics, and finance. These are pretty much dictated in the areas that they need to work in. The one that has certainly come to the forefront, especially in the last year or so, is the PIO group. The PIO is not necessarily part of incident command as you see it listed there, but a lot of local jurisdictions, Sonoma County, Monterey County in particular, even Marin County, have created a separate section called PIO because the ability to get information out is crucial. And so, and as you started your meeting this afternoon, you did it in Spanish translation. So we're seeing that now we're having to really address a lot of communities that have challenges in language, and it's not just Spanish, it can be other languages as well too. So when you go up and down the state, you know, while Spanish may be a big part of it, you're seeing it other places as well. So, you know, compliments to the folks who put together a PIO group there and really tried to make an effort to get information out to folks, because that was so useful. There were challenges with that in the sense that, you know, as information changed, et cetera. We'll talk a little about that later in one of the slides for improvement. Okay, so the current project, as we were briefed earlier when we started, it was to conduct an independent review and assessment of response that was related to the EOC activation for the coronavirus and the county wildfires, as well as some other incidents. We talked about the Pineapple Express, in order to educate and improve response for future situations. That was the project that we were asked to do. And so what we did, I'm sorry, let me back up. Why did we assess? Because it's really important why we assess. In our industry, it's very important for us to review, evaluate, and implement improvements. So I have been a person who goes out and does assessments. I've had some of my activations assessed when I've been an emergency manager in places. So I've been an observer, I've been a controller, I've been an evaluator. It's always good to have somebody come in. It's really looking at the way the functionality and the operations of the system is going. It is not really to single out people. It's not to put anybody on the spot or to call anybody out. It's really, how can you do things better? It is a good responsibility for public entities to their constituents, to their stakeholders. Here's what we're trying to do to improve things. And you can always do things better. If you do an EOC activation, it is required by Cal OES and FEMA to do an assessment and provide a report and a follow-up. Okay, so we asked really two fundamental questions when we were putting all this together. And the first one was, are we doing things right, meaning Monterey County? And are we doing the right things? And so those were good driving fundamental questions that we put together when we did the customization for Monterey County. This is kind of a picture of our methodology and the tasks that we went through to do this. We collected data and information. We interviewed participants. Some of you sitting on the board today, I talked to, and I know we talked to a lot of different people to provide their feedback. We had a survey. We collected information by that. In doing both the survey and the interview of participants, those were all done with anonymity. So when we put together any kind of improvement report or assessment report, there was no naming of anybody who said anything. We wanted good, honest, frank feedback, and we did get some of that. And so, but that way it allowed people to talk to us independently and to give us the information that we wanted. We put together a draft report. We put together an improvement plan. Both of those were sent to County OES for them to review and look at. And then we have finalized and sent a report to them after they did a review of that. They did not change anything substantially as far as our feedback. So our draft report, our assessment report, and improvement plan were solely based on those four focus areas that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation. And we focused it on that, and we put those reports together. So when we sent the information in the draft report and then the improvement plan to be reviewed, nothing was substantially changed. There were just maybe some comments made here and there and things like that, or could you say this a little differently or something like that. We wanted to provide the county with a good, honest report, and I believe that's what you have. So you have the delivery of the assessment report and improvement plan. So again, we talked about that. We interviewed people, we talked to people on the phones. The interviews lasted anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour. It depended on how much people wanted to talk about. And so we started the interviews, excuse me, we started the interviews by asking them, what would you like to tell us? How do you want to, give us your feedback? So we really allowed people to talk first. We kind of had a set of questions that we asked, but we also used the phone interviews for latitude. So if somebody brought up something, we had the latitude to say, hey, well, why don't you tell us more about that? Or could you explain this a little more in detail? Oh, okay, if that was an issue for you, what did you see that could have been done to remedy that? Or if you saw that as an issue, did you go and talk to somebody about it? So we kind of had a little dialogue back and forth rather than just, here are a bunch of questions that we asked and then we got answers and ended the conversation. So we really wanted to make it a little more relaxed, a little more comfortable so people felt good about talking to us. The survey was a different way of approaching things. So we tried to do different ways of getting information. And so we did provide them with a set of questions, and then they were given like options for answers to talk about. They were also given the opportunity to provide additional information on some of that as well. So here are some of the positives that we came out with. Some of this is not an exhaustive list, but these are selective findings. Overall, good response by the county. So understand some of the things that we went through when dealing with this is that nobody in the United States, nobody in the world had ever dealt with COVID-19. The last incident of this magnitude was the Spanish flu back in 1918. And so science and medicine have evolved a lot since then, but I don't think anybody was anticipating a pandemic of this magnitude. We've had, the SARS, and we've had the swine bird flu, but none of the things have reached to this level. So I don't think anybody, as they were putting all this together, we plan for earthquakes because we're an earthquake country. In some cases, we plan for wildfire, we plan for flooding, depending on the geographic location of the local government. We plan for some other things, but I don't think anybody planned for this. So the point that I'm going off on all that is that by and large, when we talked to folks about this, they had a good response that, yes, the county was really trying to do something about it. That the goals that were set out and conveyed by county EOC staff were, people felt by and large that they got the information that they needed. EOC staff felt supported, the location was good. So one of the things that we were really trying to focus on, and I know most of the EOCs throughout the state decided to go off outside of the office. There were still some folks in, and they did remote locations, but we really wanted to start off with when they activated the EOC is
what? Asshole, but 2 dead lizards in the bathroom.
Can we make sure everyone has their microphone muted if you're not speaking? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Spencer.
No problem. So EOC location, we were always asking about, is it in a good location? Was the food okay for you? Is it near restrooms? Are you getting breaks? Things like that. And the point being is that this became a sustained operation. It wasn't, okay, well, we can be in there for 3 or 4 days. And part of looking at this was really trying to go back and address the issue for future activations. So it's possible, if we have a substantial earthquake on the San Andreas Fault, that you're going to have a sustained operation. And so we really want to kind of look at other things other than making sure they're completing the forms like 214s and all the different requirements. But we want to make sure the people who are in the EOC are cared for. Because in some ways they have a similar role in this as the folks out in the field. So your healthcare workers, your first responders, things like that. It's just a different layer or a different segment of the big picture of dealing with an emergency or a disaster. People who were doing their job were committed to it. Some of them said, yes, I feel like I've been here for way too long. So, but they were committed in doing their job and making sure they were doing what they needed to do. The other thing that we've noticed in doing this, not just in Monterey County, but on also other places, the adaptive ability to deal with changing situations. Anybody who has worked in emergency or disaster know that things never go according to plan. And so you have to be ready to deal with the monkey wrenches, the curveballs, et cetera. So the staff, when we did talk to them on the phone, said, yes, we've had to make some changes, and they were okay about that. And in the midst of everything that was going on, even with folks working from home and working remotely, they were trying to maintain a positive attitude. So those are some of the positives. Obviously, when we do something like this, and whether it's just from Monterey County or from others, people tend to focus on the challenges, the constructive criticisms, and things like that. But we really wanted to make sure that there was a good balance. But there are some things that we did find out from this. As I talked about earlier, there was no recent history for a similar event. So there's nothing that anybody could draw on and say, oh yeah, here's how we did it 2 years ago or something like that. You may have experience dealing with disasters, but nobody had experience dealing with a pandemic, and then nobody had experience probably dealing with remote EOCs. So those were 2 huge challenges that we're facing this situation, not just from Monterey County, but from many other places in the state and around the country. 2 things that we noticed is that it would be helpful to have more OES staff. And for places that were having not only sustained operations, but also if they were having, depending on how long the EOC was activated, was it a 12-hour or 8 hours, something like that, is that you don't want to, if you have limited staff, then you either burn them out, or because they have a lot of resource information and knowledge and experience, they become in high demand, and there's only so many of them to go around. The other thing that we noticed is the need for more ICS and EOC training and exercises. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that in doing these assessment reports. Up and down the state, people have said we need more ICS training and EOC training. And we need to make sure the people who are sitting in the chairs doing the job are trained for the job that they're assigned to. A better improvement for the release of information to the public. We'll talk about that in the improvement report in a second. There were some things that we noticed in doing some of these assessment reports, is that getting information out to the public is vital, but having the right person get the information out is essential. And what I mean by that is to have somebody who is trained either as a spokesperson or is a seasoned PIO. And then you bring in, depending on the situation, if it's a fire, you bring in a fire chief. If it's a public health issue, you bring in a public health person. They come in as the subject matter expert rather than having them be up delivering the information, because a lot of times they don't know how to deal with the media and questions and how do you respond to things. And especially if there are a multitude of questions that come in, you want to have the right people answering the question. And having a seasoned information or communications officer is helpful in kind of directing that information to the various different people. Better communication throughout the EOC, especially when you're working remotely, making sure that everybody who is working is up to speed on the latest changes and information that's going through. Two biggest challenges, not just for Monterey, but for a lot of different places, is the use of DSWs and making sure that they're trained and included and have the awareness of what their responsibilities are. I know when I started working for San Mateo County many years ago, I would go out and do training for folks, for new employees, and we would talk about Government Code 3103 and saying, okay, you're a disaster service worker, you may be called to work in during an emergency. And many of them looked at me like, okay, sure, that's never gonna happen, but okay, I believe you if that's one of the things you need to tell us. And now we've had a situation, and what we have seen is a lot of folks who are DSWs working for local government don't realize, oh yes, you can be called in. And so having protocols, having procedures, having the information, understanding that they may be called in to work, and then once they're called in, how are they being utilized? And so that was a challenge for a lot of folks. Okay, so I wanted to kind of run through some specifics in the improvement plans. Are there any questions so far? I don't want to monopolize, but does the board have any questions for me so far before I get into the improvement plan specifics?
I'd say please proceed, and we will jump in with questions and comments at the.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so I wanted to wander through these. There were the 4 focus areas that we have. The operational coordination, we just talked a little about this. Develop a better plan to train DSW. So when we put together the improvement plan, this is something that we delivered to County OES, and these were areas. And so there's a chart or matrix that's put together. It's designed with who's responsible for doing it and a timeline. So this follows the FEMA guidelines. There's something called HCEP, which is one of the requirements when you do an assessment report and improvement plan and doing all this that they follow. So we followed that when we were doing this and put the information together. And so when we delivered the matrix to OES, we put all this there. And so these are not just random bullet points on a PowerPoint presentation. These are actually in an improvement plan that is meant to be put into place, but that's up to the county and county OES to put all this into place. Okay, so we talked about the DSWs. The other is that what we're advocating is a 3 deep for critical EOC staff. And so what I mean by that is for sustained operations, and we just had a sustained operation. And then there's some places I believe that still have their EOC activated. But if for a lot of EOCs, they were activated for a year plus. And so you start burning out some of those folks. And so for 3 deep, we recommend, and I think, you know, you'll see this, we did this in one of the places that I worked. We did red, white, and blue teams, and every month the red team was up, and every month after that the white team, et cetera. And so you knew when you were going to be, if something occurred, you could potentially be activated. The 3 deep is really something that we recommend in the sense that if somebody isn't available, then you go to the next person and things like that. And people are well trained for those roles. And when we mean critical EOC staff, we mean like the section chiefs, the operations, planning, finance, logistics, and planning, and making sure that they understand their job they're doing. There are other positions in there, which I won't go through, but there are some what you would identify as critical roles when you activate an EOC that you probably want to have in there. And so making sure that there are at least 3 people that know how to do that job, if not more. Update the pandemic EOP, and so the annex for it. And so we've gone through that. I'm involved in a lot of different things besides just emergency management in dealing assessment reports, but for Tetra Tech. And so what we're seeing is that pandemic is the big elephant in the room, and everybody wants to update their pandemic annex. There are other annexes to look at, you know, EOP, just the EOP in and of itself, the COOP plan, making sure the continuity of operations up to speed, continuity of government is up to speed, other things like that. But kind of going through and doing an assessment, we'll talk about that in a moment, in a second. One of the things with this that we noticed is developing a procedure for remote EOC work. So in other words, if folks have to be sent home for whatever reason, if the building collapses and you don't have an alternate EOC site, or if you have another pandemic or something like that, can you have things? We had talked about with County OES, we had talked about to-go bags, and to-go bags can be anything from a small backpack to whatever, where you have information. So people can set up a computer at home and they can remote in, and they have the information on flash drives, thumb drives. They have the tools that they need to be able to work remotely. And then one of the others is determine a role and the purpose for the Health Department Operations Center and its connection to the EOC. So one of the things that we saw that came up in Monterey County, but also in other places where we did this, is that the health department was sometimes struggling, having a challenge to how did they interact with the emergency operations center. And so they, in some cases, they were trying to do it on their own. Some cases they were trying to do the field work from the EOC. And so when we went through and did our assessment for Monterey County is try to better refine that, and what does that look like? And so if you have another situation, and it doesn't have to be a pandemic, but if you have another public health crisis and you activate the EOC, what is the integration with the health department and the and its department operations center and the EOC? What does that look like? And so putting that information into place, putting those procedures into place are better than trying to do things on the fly. One of the things that we experienced in doing all the assessments for the various different places, and I tried to use this, and it's like trying to drive a car, fix a car, repair a car, improve a car, put gas in a car, navigate a car, all at the same time. And that became a very big challenge for a lot of folks because you couldn't do all of them together, and there weren't enough people sometimes to do all that. Or some people said, oh, I need more people over here fixing the car than we do trying to drive the car. So it became a challenge of trying to, where do you put the focus? So at the beginning, we talked a little about this, about PI operations and public warning. One of the things that we would recommend is the use of a joint information system, or a JIS, and then a joint information, I'm sorry, I've used the word twice, joint information center. It should be a JIC. And so a JIC is a place where people come together and work to provide the information for the county. So whether you have some of the municipalities or special districts that send somebody and work on that, whether you bring somebody in from health or fire, depending on what the incident is that you're working on, and put them into a JIC so that you can put out that information. What that helps with is, instead of having various different entities or agencies put out their own information, is that you have a unified place, a joint information center, and you're utilizing a system to put the information out collectively. And so from that standpoint, it's useful. Okay. All right. And then developing a strategy for getting folks on the alerting system, and developing a communication group throughout the county. I think that would be useful. Okay, some of the things under the EOC functions, we talked about appropriate staff assigned to the EOC positions, minimum training we've talked about. The other is a multi-year training and exercise program that's called a MITEP, but it's progressive. So the first year you start out, and then the next year you step up and things like that. And let's see, increased staffing, we talked a little about that. Protocols, procurement protocols during disasters. If you want reimbursement, there's certain protocols that you have to follow to get FEMA reimbursement. So making sure that both the finance department, or the finance section, and the logistics section are on the same page. We talked a little, let's see, EOC briefings, determining the role of the health department in the EOC. Minimum training requirements, we talked about that, the MITEP, and then we talked about remote to-go bags for if you have to do remote EOC location. And the last one that we recommended is making sure that you do an assessment of the capabilities, submit that to the CAO. And the reason is that, you know, are we doing the things that we need to be doing? What are the things that we can be doing better? And I'll talk about that in 1 second. Conduct an audit between the OA and its jurisdictions, the municipalities and the special districts. So, and then facilitate management assessments. So here are some of the things: is to, you know, is the EOC efficiency and layout, are operations working? Do you have sufficient staffing and funding needs? Oop, I did that twice, my apologies. And technology, making sure you're keeping up with the latest technology. And here's suggestions. This is kind of what I wanted to get to. We talked about some of this, the OES staffing and funding, the training and exercise program, the minimum requirements. This is a big one that we're seeing, is that in the industry, we're seeing a change of the rebranding of emergency services, which often connotes field response, to emergency management. We've seen the elevation in several places that the emergency manager has been taken from a subordinate level and raised to a department head level. And we're seeing a much more prominent role being given to emergency management. One of the things that we've seen throughout many of these assessments is that emergency management, as I talked about before, is being called to do a lot more things. And so because of that, you have to do add staff, you have to add funding, you have to add training, and you really need to rebrand it and give it the role that it's being asked to do. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I wanted to make sure I gave you the information, but also give you the opportunity to ask questions. We have seen some significant changes, as I've talked about, in the emergency management industry, and just in this past year alone. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to do the feedback. It was a pleasure to work with County OAS and the folks there, and all the people who participated. Thank you. I can tell you of the assessments that I've done. This will be a feather in your cap of the assessments that I've done, that Monterey County came in the best for response back to both the survey and to the questionnaire. So kudos to you for all the folks who participated in the in the involvement and feedback for us.
Thank you for the presentation. I will see if my colleagues have any questions or comments or items that they wish to highlight from the report and the recommendations. Adams?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the great report. You are not in my face anymore, but at any rate, thank you, Gary, for organizing it. I thought it was really thorough, and the comments shared by the participants able to put all of those to use. I noticed in the report that I particularly liked that, you know, had all the chart and an opportunity for us to sort of fill in. That would be something that's really going to be helpful to us as we look to ensuring that we implement the things that forward from this, so that we can continue to improve our response with it, which is what we need to do in emergencies here. I talked with my own staff about this, about being a DSW, and neither of them were aware that that was part of their responsibility. Hired, not that they didn't want to do it; they were totally, you know, ready to help in whatever way. But I think it speaks more to the importance of our really not just granting and training as emergency evolves, but that when people are hired within the county, to ensure they understand from the get-go to, and then what the opportunities might do about COVID. Okay, so I'm looking forward to my office, particularly worrying about.
Mary, can you get closer to the mic? You're cutting out for everybody
sorry.
over
I'm so
Zoom.
sorry. Thank you so much. I was using my hands and not my mouth. I appreciate very much that what I was hearing from my community, which was that they didn't feel that the information was getting out in a really coordinated and well way. So I think because there was so much attention paid to that, I think that's going to be a helpful thing for us to focus on throughout the entire county. And then finally, I just wanted to know, because this was so thorough, are we going to do any kind of a financial after-action report so that we can see the efficacy of where the dollars were spent and where the dollars from where the dollars came in as well?
Thank you. One of the things that we're hoping that the board gives us direction is to come back to them with an implementation plan of the items on the recommendations that you feel are necessary. And at that time, if they do include things that cost revenue, that we would also include that to exactly what you're asking for.
So it would require an outside contractor essentially to do that sort of a thing.
We could do that internally, or we could, if you direct us to, we could hire an independent person.
Very much. Really great work. Thank you.
Yeah, I see some of the recommendations is increased training. By the way, thank you for the thorough report. And that's, especially in this situation, that was tough. I mean, you can doing training us for the floods and fires and the earthquakes, but this one was way off the top. That makes it difficult. But I did see the other, towards the end of some of the recommendations, are repositioning the emergency management on the jurisdictional organizational chart and move it to a department level. Is that a recommendation you think would be? Because we kind of looked at that at one time and didn't follow through on it. But is that a recommendation that you're making?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I am.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. What we've seen in Sonoma County, which seems to be the playground for disasters, that's been moved to a department head. In San Mateo County, it's been moved to a department head, and so both of those have changed from Office of Emergency Services to Department of Emergency Management. You've seen Santa Clara go to Office of Emergency Management, and that has a department head. Santa Cruz County, the same. So you're definitely seeing a trend and a shift away from emergency services to emergency management, and in many cases, an elevation of the person who is heading that office or that department now.
Thank you.
So for you specifically, I mean, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but what I would say is that given the responsibility, the increase in responsibilities, I would say it probably would position itself better to be a department head, especially if you're asking similar people to do things and asking their staff to come in. One of the challenges that I've seen in my time doing this over the last 20 years is that if the person is too low, if the emergency manager is too low and they start talking to a department head, they're not talking on the same level. So when you ask them to come in and sit in EOC training and things like that, they go, well, yeah, my staff is too busy they don't have time to come in the EOC to do training. So it becomes a challenge because they're not, the two folks are not on the same level.
Good point. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple comments and questions. I think there are a couple things in the report that really struck me, and one of them was under on page 17, where it sort of, with all the feedback, including those coupled with frustration and exasperation, people still expressed a willingness and desire for improvement. And for me, I think that that's really the big picture, and the bottom line is that we're looking to constantly be improving. And it was a hard year, and your team had to manage multiple crises all at the same time, with our offices calling and members of the public calling, and a whole group of county employees that maybe didn't have the training that they need, and that's a lot. And so I felt the frustration that I think sort of came through in the report, but to know that everyone is still 100% on board to figure out how do we move forward and how do we build in a way that's going to allow us to be better prepared for the future, I think is really that speaks volumes about the morale and the sort of the focus on continuous improvement. It does sound to me like we do need to work harder to create a culture that embeds the expectation that county employees are disaster service workers and an essential part of the emergency response. And really that every county manager and every county department head needs to share in that commitment. So I think that that's one of the recommendations that does feel like it's something that we need to figure out how do we do that, and do that in a way that brings everyone along. The other piece that for me jumped out was in a few different places in the report, sort of the need for deeper engagement and a deeper bench of expertise, so that we have, different people that we can call on, and in a case where we have a long period of an emergency, we don't burn people out as they but we have that bench of expertise to call on. So finding the way to do that within the county a disaster service worker structure, one of those things that for me jumped out as a need. In regards to the training, I think there's a couple pieces. We do county employees, we have them do a lot of training, and you get all the information, and it's kind of relevant, and you're kind of paying attention. But as a county employee last year, not sitting in this seat where I sit now, when things started to heat up, that's when we were all paying attention and looking for training. So having the training about the system, about who's in charge, about how how all of the different bureaus work, having that like in a pop-up and on-demand kind of space, so that when people are paying attention, they've got that chance to really engage in the information. And I think the other piece of the training, and I know this was internally looking at our internal operations, but finding the ways to make that information available more publicly and to a broader audience. And that ties into, there was quite a bit of highlight back on the need for additional communication and strategies for communication team. For me, that was an area that I feel like is a space where we have a lot of opportunity to improve. And we are investing in some additional communications positions in Spanish language. Heard a podcast, and Jen Sock, new PIO, and she was kind of talking about with the COVID emergency, public communication became a type of, and I think that we have these these needs to sort of set county policy around our values for communicating in a time of crisis or emergency. The anxiety that's caused in the larger community when people don't know where to go to find accurate information is difficult. And internally, when people don't know sort of who's responsible for what, there's more time for everyone to try to. I hope we can look to implement not just through emergency management, embedded within the larger county, how we think about our communications. And then my last thought or comment was in regards to this was a after action report specific to Emergency Operations Center, but I'm wondering who, I know that the health department's also going to be doing their own after action report. Do we have another larger sort of looking at not just a county department, but a county as in the region? You know, how we engaged with our cities, how our nonprofit partners participated. Who's responsible for doing that assessment and really looking at how all of these pieces fit together for this particular look in the future?
Well, anytime we activate per the Emergency Services Act of the State of California, we are required by the state and by the federal government to do an after-action review of our operations. It does include the interaction between, and that was done within this report, although it wasn't highlighted in the report. It was considered by Bert and his group as part of the questioning action of the operation relationship with that is done locally. The state is also required to do an after-action review of their operations so that they will take into consideration or have what would the relationship between the state and the local jurisdictions were, because we had some significant.
Okay, so you're saying this is the report. I guess I'm looking, so when I look at the responses by group on page 13, and we have, you know, most of those interviewed were of EOC staff members, some members from health, EMS, social services, a couple of our PIO, communications team members, a few leadership, and then a few other. And I guess I'm thinking about, you know, some of the relationships that we have with local city managers, some of our media partners. We have a number of nonprofits who really stepped up when there were 500 people in line at the food bank. That was a crisis of its own, significant situation. We have our education partners, our hospitals. I'm looking really, I think, is there a mechanism for doing a broader assessment of how did all that information flow, not just within the county, but within the county, and where were the unmet needs and where were the unmet connections, so that we can do better or plan better, or at least have a follow for the future.
This would be the mechanism, the same type of mechanism, but just expanded on a broader scale. Spencer, I mean, I'm not sure if you would like to comment on how impactful those entities were on this report.
So yeah, the scope of our project was mainly to talk to the folks who participated in the EOC. And so while I understand your desire for a much broader brushstroke of looking at things and involving the whole community, that was kind of beyond the scope of what this exercise was for. I think it's good feedback, and you might be able to do that internally. We could certainly do that as a second phase if you wanted us to take something like that on, and we've done that in the past. But you know what the state requires is kind of what we produced, and so they're really looking for emergency operations. They don't necessarily get involved in the communities and the various different aspects of that. So in the way they look at things, but you know, you could certainly commission a larger study for that if you would like.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess the difference is we're talking about what the state mandated requirement for an after action report is versus what I think would be a valuable opportunity to kind of circle back to folks, get their thoughts, compile that into used for many, many other purposes. I think there would be a lot of value in that.
Yeah, so what I would suggest, if that's something that the board wants, if we get board direction to do that, we could either, figure out how to engage Mr. Spencer or engage internally or another source. So I think if that's a desire of the board, I would just request that you put that in as part of any motion on direction out of today's report.
Those were all of my comments. Supervisor Lopez?
Just a quick question in terms of the time frame this was meant to cover. I know we're still not completely out of this crisis, so will there be another requirement after this perhaps pandemic is deemed complete at some point, or will this cover us moving forward as well, even though it was done in the past?
So the requirement, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, my apologies.
Thank you. I was just going to say that the requirement could have been met with a report done internally. That is typically what we do for activations. But because this was so complex and we had a sense of where our shortcomings were, we wanted to give it more validation by having it done independently. One thing to say, we didn't do as good as we could have, but it's another to have an outside person say that. And we are required to quarterly report to the state our after-action activities. We continue to do that, and we will continue to do that as long as this disaster remains at the OAS level. This is the only formal report that correct us otherwise.
Do you have anything else, Supervisor Lopez?
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, any thoughts or comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I do hear that, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I do hear that Charles is looking for some direction. Do you want to be more specific about the direction that you're looking for right now?
Only if the board desires to have a broader report done to address the way the pandemic was handled, connected through the community organizations, nonprofits, some of our other public entities. If that's something that the board desires us to do, or Gary and his team to do, then that would be a piece of the direction. Additionally, I think Gary, as far as direction that comes out of kind of the way that this report was presented, if there are any pieces of that you think you'd like to see the board give direction on, I think that would be appropriate also. I think that there was some talk about department idea was something that Bart brought up, having a I don't think we need direction on having kind of that more robust training and kind of the outreach that way, but I think there might be good benefit to the county if the board was directing that we come back with some policies around kind of mandating how departments and their staff participate in disaster service workers, participate in training that we think is critical to these kinds of incidents. Implement some of the recommendations that Bart was making. I think that would.
And I agree with that. And I think it has to be emphasized to all of us that when we're hired, we're buying into this, and I do think that we, for the reasons stated, that was pretty clearly, when you're working with other departments and you're trying to pull their people away to get things done, I think we ought to revisit the idea that we talked about last month about the department head aspect of it. When you see that realistically, how we work sometimes in silos, and each one of us is protective of our own department. I just think that would elevate the services that we're getting.
Madam Chair,
Adams.
I really am interested in a financial audit of it. I think that we will be able to look at where the funding came from, but more importantly, where it was spent, because I think that that will be a good guide to us when the next the next disaster falls out of the sky on us. So I would like to see that included in the motion.
Okay, so let me take a gander at this. I think if I'm hearing everyone's comments, that we would like that we'll receive the report today, and that we would like to receive some additional information about the financial expenditures, whether it's a formal audit or a summary of the financial. Want to elaborate on that, Mary, just to make sure I've got that right?
You really are on the right track. It's not that I want an audit, but I do want to see how the funding that we received was spent, in what categories, and what incidences, that sort of thing throughout the entire pandemic.
So a summary of all of the COVID dollars that have come in, and a summary of all of the way in which emergency services has needed resources and expended resources to respond to the emergency. Wayne, are you with us? Do we have budget on the line? Is that clear?
And I think it would add in there, sorry, I think it's not just emergency. When you're talking about spending on the pandemic, I think it's broader than just the Office of Emergency Services.
Okay, so we're looking for a financial summary of all COVID expenditures for the past 18 months. We're also, if I can throw in a broader options for what we could do to get a broader after-action assessment community-wide. I heard an interest to return to the board with policy specific to the disaster service worker training and activation, and to return to the board with information and options for creating a department-level Department of Emergency Management. Or other?
Only my own, which was direction to come back with policies to implement the recommendations in the report, which would include by departments in emergency management training and being part of the Emergency Operations Center.
So that would be the after action improvement plan recommendations. So a plan to implement the action recommendation. We could ask for, the cost and resources required to implement.
Yeah, I think everything would have to come back with kind of here's our proposal on how to address it, and do like the financial report, the broader community-wide report, implementation, and what the cost would be for all those pieces.
2, 3, 4, and when we add that, that's 5 sort of specific bullets. Do you need a motion with those 5? Okay, so I'll make a motion. Do you want me to repeat?
I have a comment.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, it's because more for the CAO. On an item like this, the report covers a lot of different aspects, but it's not clear to me what you're trying to accomplish here. If we're just asking for reports on what was spent, and I think we're trying to make improvements here to our services. But I think when there's a lot of different recommendations, I think it's incumbent for our CEO to look at those and the staff and said, out of all these different items, what are the top priorities? So we perhaps cannot do it all at once, but what are the first items that the board could support implementing, and then perhaps a second round of issues, rather than just have a long laundry list of items without really having any priority and focus. And that's where I'm going. If there was a problem on finances, I would get it. But if there isn't, and we're just doing it out of curiosity, then we're going to put a lot of staff to pull up a lot of resources across many departments. And in the end, we're going to say, oh, that's interesting, but it didn't help us make or determine that there was a problem or make improvements. The other issue I just wanted to comment on, I think the board already gave direction about not creating another department here. And this seems like another attempt to bite at the apple, where it was, this board previously said that it didn't want to go there just not very long ago. So I'm just wondering how the report's being used to now say we're going to create another department when that wasn't the direction this board gave our CAO. So I'm just bringing these up because previous actions seem to contradict what's being said here, and I think there needs to be a lot more focus about what our leadership is asking the board, what we need to fix, or what areas we can improve our OES office services to the community. So that's where I'm coming from. Rather than, this seems like a long list of items that in the end we're gonna have the same vagueness of what are we really trying to address and improve.
Madam Chair.
Charles, do you want to comment on what your priorities might be?
Right. So thank you, Supervisor. So we tried to leave Mr. Spencer to handle this independently and not interfere with the way he was investigating and then analyzing and reporting, and wanted to leave it to him to do that. So now that we have that information and it's been presented to the board, what I would suggest in kind of the response to what you're asking, Supervisor, and what the other board members are asking is that if it's, if the majority of the board desires, what we can do is take the comments today and take the requests by the individual board members and then the recommendations by Mr. Spencer and put them into then a recommendation from the CAO's office as well as the Office of Emergency Services, and bring that back for further consideration by the.
And on those, Mr. CAO, then on those, if any of those recommended changes, I think there is where I think we need a fiscal analysis about what it would cost the county to implement those. And then the question is, on whatever changes we want to make, the board has to decide where do we get that money to be able to implement that change. Some of these things do have costs, and with already, as I said, a stressed budget that we approved in June, with a lot of the contingencies already expended and the cannabis funds, it's always nice it's always easier to say we need to do this and that, but without the funding to be able to do it, it's a much more difficult question that the board needs to really grasp when there's a lot of pressing financial demands coming around the corner in the next coming weeks. Thank you.
I'm not sure that I understand the difference between what you're describing. Everything that I listed out would be return with information or return with options. Are you describing the same thing, or are you describing something different?
Well, there's kind of two ways to approach it. I think that we could take the motion from the board in the way that you described it, which is the listing that we had there, or just return without having a motion after we look at it as staff, as the CAO's office and the Office of Emergency Services. And either way, they're very similar approaches.
It's the same opportunity for conversation.
Thank you. I just want to make a very specific point, and that is that requesting data about financial information on how money was spent in order to be able to form better opinions on where the money should be spent the next time it comes up is far from curiosity. It's being effective. Thank you.
Right. So I think I'll make my motion. I'll start with I'll restate what I've got here as a motion, and that would be to receive the report, to request sort of a financial review of COVID expenditures in the county, and some sort of document that we can reference, to request options for a broader after-action assessment that includes a larger community, to return with policies specific to disaster service worker training and activation, to return to the board with information about an option specific to the creation of a department-level Department of Emergency Management, and to return to the board with options and details about what would be necessary to implement the recommendations provided by Mr. Spencer in the report attached to the board agenda, in the form of a motion, so that we can give some direction that's clear to our county staff. A second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. We've outlined, I think, a couple different times what we're asking to.
I did include the financial review in that.
Yeah, to return with more information for us to consider and discuss. Is there any public comment on this after action report? I don't see anyone in chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom who would like to weigh in with comment on the after action report? No public comment. We'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Lopez.
I'm just looking for clarity in terms of, I'm cognizant of the stretch on staff time and all these pieces that we're talking about. Are we saying bring them back with options and with what they'll cost? Or are we saying do the work? Because I think within the motion there was kind of a mix, right?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to be clear that we're asking for options so that we can make specific decisions, knowing what the resource requirements would be for each one.
Right. Options and cost, I think, was the way the motion.
That was my intent.
Okay, on each of the points, just for clarity.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comment from the board? Otherwise, we'll ask for a roll call vote on the motion. Let's get a roll call. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo,
I'm a reluctant aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Right. Do we have, you're clear, Charles? You've got good notes? Okay. And Gary, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to just publicly thank Tetra Tech. They were very incredible to work with. They resisted all of our efforts to try to sway them to our opinion, which we appreciated to keep this independent. But I will say one thing. As was stated, this pandemic was unprecedented, but it's not, the complexity is not unusual for disasters. I had the opportunity to be involved in the activation Northridge earthquake. It lasted several years and did not close their finance section last year. Year activation, if you will. So in regards to the type of disaster and the complexity that we could face, they're already out there staring us. This was a pandemic, but it could be in any emergency, an earthquake, a radiological emergency. Go down the list of 16 disasters and be all but cyclone. So one of the things that we like to say that it's important to know what you don't know. I as with my experience, not only as a responder but in emergency management, I understand our shortcomings, where we lack. And I tell you that if we had that complex, we would not be ready. To Supervisor Alejo's point, that's what we're trying to fix. We're trying to be ready. And we're trying to learn from the example of counties like Sonoma that had a devastating fire for emergency management from 5 people to 14 people, 4 times their budget, because they were bad and they had to improve. We're trying to do that ahead of time so that we don't have that opportunity to fail to the public.
Madam Chair, I did want to just add, I think we've had this one hell of a year and a half, and you did a hell of a job for us leading this.
Between the fires and the mudslide and the pandemic, you and your team were there every step of the way. It was really,
well, and
really
I can give you some statistics. We all talk about climate change, and nobody knows exactly how that's to blame. However, in the 5 years prior to my coming to this county, I think we activated the EOC 5 years I've been here, we've activated the EOC 16.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Thank you, Gary. Again, thank you to your team and to everyone in the county who stood up as a disaster service worker this past year. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 26. Item number 26 is to introduce, waive readings, set July 27th at 10:30 as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 2.68 of the Monterey County Code to update and clarify the membership of the Monterey County Disaster Council, establish a Monterey County Operational Area Emergency Management Advisory Committee, and make minor non-substantive changes in language. We have a very brief presentation today, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
Very brief, Madam Chair and Board Member. Also, you know, I work for Gary at the Office of Emergency Services, and I'm a transplant, a retired police commander with Salinas Police Department, and I just want to just preface this by saying how impressed I am by the work.
Could you hold the microphone very close so we can hear? We're having some microphone challenges today.
That was a compliment that I was only going to give once. So. Again, Madam Chair and Board, thank you very much. My name is Tracy Malfi, and I'm with the Office of Emergency Services. Just very briefly, an update or a request and a discussion about the change requested in the county code as it relates to the Disaster Council. This is, if we can go to the next slide, I'm not sure. Monterey County Code, Chapter 2.68 talks about emergency planning in Monterey County. It authorizes and empowers the emergency service director, which is the AO, and the deputy director, which is the OC manager. Empowers the board and the director in declaring emergencies and emergency planning within the county of Monterey. The code also establishes an operational area disaster council, and we're seeking changes to that code to clarify the membership of the disaster council and form an advisory council. If we can go to the next slide, please. And update the membership of the Disaster Council to make some name changes to streamline the Disaster Council into a body that works appropriately to give recommendations to this board, and also establish an Emergency Management Advisory Committee, which is more of a working group, and to be a bit bigger umbrella for emergency managers, not just for the County of Monterey, but the operational area, which includes the cities, the emergency managers for the cities, profit organizations that deal with emergency management, the utilities in Monterey County and other jurisdictions or entities. Change also requires very minor substances, medical and nomenclature. Duties of the Disaster Council, as identified in the code, is to consider, recommend for adoption of this board emergency mutual aid plans and agreements. Mostly those plans, like Monterey County, response to emergencies. The overall plan is the Emergency Operations Plan. You saw it many months ago, and I think late last year, and approved it. It needs to get updated every 5 years, I believe. And that is the overarching plan for Monterey County in response to emergencies. And then there are annexes as well, the assistance plan, the emergency operations plan. This ordinance talks about the need for those plans, how they're written, and how the board needs to approve them. Disaster Council body to this board. But this is a description of the membership of the Disaster Council and the updated list of those members for the Disaster Council. There were quite a few name changes since the chapter was last approved. And added a representative from what we'll talk about in just a second, the advisory committee, and moved off two organizations off the Disaster Council. They could be part of the advisory committee. The Emergency Management Advisory Committee will be a new committee They meet quarterly rather than at least annually, which is the Disaster Council. It's a much more effective way to use emergency managers and the people actually responding to emergencies in the operational area. So they'll meet at least quarterly, working group, to go through the plans, identify what plans need to be updated, and as well as discuss other emergency operations. Membership of the Emergency Advisory Committee, Emergency Management Advisory Committee for the operational area. Our emergency managers from all the cities, the incorporated cities, special districts, educational institutions like MCC, Cal State Monterey Bay. Managers from the utilities, county staff, members of office of, as well as others identified by So the requested board action, as the chair stated, is to waive reading of the actual ordinance, amending section 2.68, and set July 27th for adoption of the ordinance.
Presentation. Questions, comments from the my colleagues on the board? If there's any public comment on this item? We're on item number 26. I'll bring it back to my colleagues on the board for action.
No, I didn't recognize you when you first walked in. Last time I worked with you, you had solid black hair when you were on the police department, Tracy.
So did you.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Adams, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you for your work on this, and we are moving on to item number 27, which is to receive a report on the 2021 Advisory Redistricting Commission applications. And I believe we have Rosemary Soto here to make a brief presentation. Rosemary, I'll just, we are running a bit late this afternoon, so if we could just keep, move through the presentation so that we have time for comments and discussion, that'd be fabulous. Thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair, thank you. I'll keep it as brief as possible. This presentation today is really an update on how we are doing with our Advisory Redistricting Commission applications, the solicitation and recruitment for applications. This slide here tells you where we are as of today, yesterday's deadline. We have a total of 44 applications received, and you'll notice that there are 2 districts that have the bare minimum for those that are required for appointment. The board did approve a commission to be formed of a total of 15 commissioners, 3 representing each district. So the 2 districts, District 1 and 3, will have only the 3 to choose from. And so that is not the ideal situation. So this is something that I just want to make sure that is clear that we've done. We've made a pretty much of an extra effort to ensure that we recruit and we share the word throughout the community, throughout our networks about the commission, and seeking those who are interested and able to make a commitment to serve on the commission for this year. The solicitation period ran a little more than 6 weeks. And so this is the total that we have. At this time, what we'd like to come to you is to seek direction on the eligibility requirement revision, and also potentially extend the deadline to submit one more week. Initially, when we came to you in May, on May 18th, staff recommendations included these eligibility requirements, and realizing now that perhaps they were too stringent and perhaps caused some deterrence for individuals in making the commitment to join the commission or even being eligible. We are now looking at a revision of those requirements. This is the what you see here on this slide is the revision of eligibility requirements that we are recommending. And that is that a person who is elected official of Monterey County or a family member, staff member, or a paid campaign staff of an elected official of Monterey County shall not be appointed to serve on the commission. That is, this first one is a legally mandatory requirement, and others are additional requirements that your board can select to continue. And one of them is, that they be a registered voter. It doesn't mean that they have to have voted in recent elections, but simply be a registered voter. The ability to serve, again, having that ability to commit, right, to service through December, being that we are working in a very tight timeline, and there is much to be done in the short amount of time that it's going to take to complete the redistricting process. It is very important for us to be able to count on all those who are appointed to be able to be a part of the process and attend all the meetings. And then finally, the last recommended provision here for eligibility would be that they complete any training regarding local government ethics, statement of economic interest. These are your very basic areas that they would need to have a knowledge about, such as voting rights and county profile with demographic information and mapping software, of which we would make sure that that training becomes available to them. And then this is the timeline, just to let you know where we are and how we are on track. If you were to authorize and approve that we extend the deadline for one more week, bringing it to the deadline of July 19th, we would still then be able to appoint the Advisory Redistricting Commission by July 27th, certainly giving us only a couple of days to screen and for your board to select the individuals who will represent their districts. A couple of things that were not on a timeline that was presented to you. The last time that I came before your board was a Redistricting 101 workshop, which was held virtually, and its video has been posted on YouTube, the county's page, as well as the 2020 census page, which now is serving as the redistricting page, and on our redistricting website. We also held a virtual redistricting office hours on Saturday, July 19th for a couple of hours to make ourselves available to assist individuals with any particular questions, or simply even if they needed help filling out their application and just making sure that they're able to have all the resources they need to submit a successful application. So this is, I'm not going to go through every detail in the timeline, just highlighting the items that were not there when you previously saw a timeline, and to show you where we would be as we move forward. One last item I am going to mention is that there will be a couple of special Board of Supervisors meetings, or public hearings, I should say. One of them would be held on September 28th, and that is so that the board can have a hearing to receive the analysis of the deviation and results of the community of interest community meetings that will happen this summer. And then there is another that we would like to hold on November 30th, and that is a special board meeting because you're not scheduled to have a regular board meeting. This will be another public hearing to review the recommendations from the Advisory Redistricting Commission on the maps, the plans for the maps. And so the only potential concern here is that the CSAC, we're aware CSAC is scheduled on that day and is an in-person session in Monterey. So we want to take consideration about whether if this is something that would still work for your board, or should be looking at a different date. Although again, we're very strategic about selecting these dates in terms of making sure that you have the opportunity to weigh in and review these recommendations before it comes back to you on December 7th for adoption, for a vote on adopting the plans. So again, let me see. Yeah, so what we are asking is for board direction on the adjustment of the eligibility requirements for the Redistricting Advisory Commission. And then if you would consider approving an extension to apply for one more week, July 19th. And then overall, if you have any additional questions or direction for me, that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soto, for the presentation and for all of the work that you've done thus far, getting applications to flow in. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Rosemary. I appreciate the work being done so far, the outreach, the commercials on TV, the social media. Good start. So I want to commend you for that. And I also appreciate just re-looking at the application. And I think we've all been involved in trying to make sure we fill at least our 3 potential recruits to serve for each supervisorial district. But certainly, I think just in terms of feedback, the application was pretty onerous. I mean, it was asking for a lot of information. I think it was about 10, 11 pages, if I'm not mistaken. And certainly, some of the questions just really asked for a lot from people. So it was always when we're trying to create a commission that's only going to serve from July to December for something that is so important that has implications for the next 10 years. Certainly want to encourage as many people to apply as possible. But we're just hearing that some of the questions were like, why if it has nothing to do with the requirements? For example, what was your political party affiliation for the last year on the application? Those kind of questions, it's like it raises the flags for potential applicants. Why is this information needed when it's not relevant to the requirements? But so my real question, Rosemary, is I get the state requirements. So that's in law. That's needed, and I'm all for like keeping barriers low to encourage as many people to apply before this deadline comes around. But in the memo, it stated what the state requirements were, and then it said other recommended requirements. Are we still gonna keep those other recommended requirements that are not state? These were, I think, proposed by staff as considerations. I just want to be clear on what the requirements that we're approving here today, to make sure that I'm comfortable with the state requirements, but I don't want any of these other additional ones that might serve as barriers for other people to not apply before the deadline comes around.
Sure, Supervisor, and thank you for your question. What you see on the screen here is the proposed revision of the eligibility requirements.
Perfect.
So it includes the first one, which is required. The second, with the other following 3, is really just, it is additional, but it should definitely align with overall what we're trying to accomplish here.
Perfect. That would address my concerns, Rosemary. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and look forward to receiving those applications, and hopefully we get a few more applicants in some of our districts as well. The excitement and the willing to serve is certainly important and appreciated. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much, Rosemary. It's always great to have work from you. Can you flip to the slide that I believe was the one just before this one, that was the original language that you had put in? So if I see at the bottom, it says, it's a bit more explanatory. While serving, commissioners may not serve as an officer of, employee of, or paid consultant to, campaign party, political party, etc. Should we not try to continue to have that language in? It seems like it's the state is very clear about what the focus should be. I'm just wondering if we do not want to put that specific language back in. Can you just tell me if there was a reason why that part was not included?
If I may, I'd like to defer to our council to further expand on that. We did have some discussion on this, but I don't know if there's any additional information that you think we'd like to share, Mr. Gerard.
Ms. Soto, the only thing I'd comment is the language that is recommended is right out of the elections code. That's the mandatory language that's on the other slide. Rosemary, if you could put up the slide with the recommended language on it. Cannot be a person who is an elected official of Monterey County or a family member, staff member, or paid campaign staff, et cetera. Back to the other slide, Rosemary. Language at the bottom is a bit broader than that, and it's up to the board if they want to keep that qualification in there. But what is being proposed is the minimum required by the elections code in order to get as broad a pool of potential applicants as possible.
Thank you. While I appreciate having a broad pool, I want to ensure that we have a really transparent and non-biased group of people coming forward to do the redistricting, which is going to be a very important part of what happens at this this year. So I would rather we err on the side of being a bit more restrictive and have it be put forward clearly to people so they see that if you're a paid consultant to a campaign, you're not going to be able to serve on this committee. I just feel like it's, you know, we're not going to eliminate many people, I shouldn't think, but I feel like it would be an important statement for us to make.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, overall, I'm supportive of staff's position of falling back on the state recommendation. For me, it was this language that led to a lot of work for me, a lot of conversations, people calling who did not participate in my campaign, who did not, do any of that. But there were just questions about, well, what does this mean? And whose rules are these? And why, why this? It was this specific question that just, for me, got a lot of people antsy, and they said, you know what, I'd rather just not even try. And so for me, I'm trying to get people to apply. I've only got 3 in my district, and I'm trying to motivate people. And as I did, I had a lot of people turn away on this question, and so for that reason, I'm comfortable defaulting to the state position, knowing that I'm trying to seek more people to throw their name in the hat. Again, anybody that we select, is going to reflect on us as individuals. There's no question of that. And yes, we're, that's going to be part of the process, and we're going to have to deal with that as elected officials. But for me at this point, I'm comfortable defaulting to the state to get clearer language out to our communities, to get people to apply so that we can move this process forward with great representations for our communities and be able to have a great pool to select from.
Any other comments, Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that point that each of the supervisors is going to be able to screen and choose from all the applications that come in from the district. So we all still maintain our ability to have our due diligence and to be able to call, ask for additional information, speak to the potential candidates before making our own recommendations of who we want to place to serve on this committee.
Okay, so I've been hearing some different opposing views about the direction to give moving forward. I generally would feel that loosening the criteria, I'm comfortable with the criteria that we started with the exception as I would have, I think keeping politics out of it is important. And I would have, in fact, if we needed additional pool of individuals, I do know that we have quite a few non-registered voter residents who live and work and are active in our community. And if we needed to expand an eligibility pool, I would have asked that we expand to that demographic rather than opening up the opportunity for political parties to get involved in our redistricting efforts. But I didn't have support when we talked about that last time, so I'm just putting that on the table again. Don't expect that we'll change that right now. And I guess really the question that I have is, what do we need to do to get, if we are going to extend the deadline for another week, what are we going to do differently in these next 7 days to make sure that we get all of the applicants, to, how do we get the word out to people so that we get applicants to come in so that we have a good quality number of people for each district to choose. I'm supportive of the recommendation to expand the deadline, and my preferences would be to retain the limits on political involvement. So I guess I'd line up with Mary on that. But we've got 2 and 2 voiced at this point, so I'll invite Supervisor Phillips to weigh in.
Well, I tend to agree with important that we keep politics out of it as possible, and so not meaning to side with the 2 people sitting on the dais with me, but with that, I think it's the biggest problem we've had is trying to get people involved with this and it's not about, something they really care about, like animal welfare and health care for, on the various other issues we have. And then the time commitment has been the biggest hurdle that we've incurred with people on it. So, but I think we're about there. It looks like we have, everybody has the minimum numbers. Some of them have excessive. So support, if someone makes a motion, I would support it.
Madam.
So it looks like I'll make a motion to.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Supervisor Alejo.
Could we see if we could narrow what we're asking for here? I get it on the, perhaps the first provision at the bottom, not serve, well, the bottom one, it says not serve as an officer or employee of a paid consultant, or then it's the first bullet, a campaign committee or a candidate for elected office in the committee. I get that. Or an elected officer of the county. But on the second point, which I know this is going to apply to some people, is as a member of an elected or appointed member of a central committee. Is that really a point of contention? I don't want to be that a barrier to disqualify willing applicants only because they serve on a central committee.
For me, that's something I think is absolutely political and needs to be kept as a limiting factor. So,
Supervisor Phillips, would you have an issue with that? We could remove that.
No, I wouldn't say I have an issue with that.
So that, I mean, the term is even political party, Central Committee. It seems like that's really political.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we accept the staff recommendation to A, receive the oral report, B, receive the report in the recruitment process, C, retain the previous eligibility requirements from May 18th, and D, approve extension to apply to the 2021 redistricting community to July 19th. I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make
a motion. We have a second. Let's go to public comment.
I'm going to make a substitute motion, Madam Chair.
All right, let's take a substitute motion.
I'll make a motion that we keep all the original, the original added criteria, which everyone stated, but except to be able to remove that they don't disqualify for serving as an elected or appointed member of a central committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a substitute motion from Alejo with a second from Lopez. Let's go to public comment and see if there's any public comment on this item. Anyone on Zoom, raise your hand. If you're in the audience, if you could approach the dais. I'm seeing no public comment. So I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board, and we'll do a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
Supervisor Leo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
No. All right, the motion carries, and I think we've got clear direction for staff, and we'll look forward to making appointments at our next week's meeting, correct? Yep. Next. All right, moving on to item number 28. We will be accepting public comments and closing the public comment period for the Fourth Amendment to the Monterey Urban County Fiscal Year 2013 to 2020 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan. And I believe we have Darby Marshall with us today from our Housing Project Analyst to give a brief presentation. And again, I'll just do a quick time check, Darby. We are running a little late this afternoon, so I think we have 30 minutes total dedicated to this item, but if we could make sure just to sort of cover the highlights so we allow time for conversation, that'd be fabulous. Thank you.
I will do my best. Darby Marshall, Housing Community Development Housing Office. We are here to consider the fourth substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 Urban County Annual Action Plan and some funding recommendations. As you mentioned, Supervisor, we are accepting public comments and closing the public comment period on the fourth substantial amendment to the 2013-2020 CDBG consolidated plan, which governs how the action plan in question operates. We're also accepting public comment and closing the comment period for this fourth substantial amendment for the 2019-2020 action plan. We're asking you to adopt and authorize the action plan and authorize us to submit it to HUD and execute all documents, as well as executing all subrecipient agreements and documents necessary to implement the program. This is the second round of CARES Act funding that the county received through the CDBG program. Last year in April, the board allocated money to the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity, the Food Bank, Legal Services for Seniors, Meals on Wheels of the Salinas Valley, and the United Way to get us over that initial surge of fear and apprehension around the unknown COVID virus that was breaking out. Last September, the county received a second award of a little over $1 million. In January, the board took action that authorized us to put that money into emergency rental assistance. In March, just as the county was getting ready to start implementing it, we received word that we had received $27 million in other funding specifically for emergency rental assistance. And we went back out to the drawing board to solicit alternatives for using these funds to try to come up with a better, less duplicative use. Most of the housing authority, the food bank and Meals on Wheels and the United Way were very successful in drawing down all of their funds in a timely manner. The surge of displacement that was expected in housing didn't occur right away. And so ECHO and Legal Services are really expecting that surge to hit later this year as the eviction moratoriums expire. So the county received $1,049,000. We can use as much or as little of that as we choose for public services. We can use up to $209,865 for general administration. And the balance is available for public affordable housing, public facilities, infrastructure, and public services. And if the consolidated plan amendment is approved, economic development. These funds are tied to COVID and must be used to prepare for, respond to, or recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. We are recommending funding be allocated as seen on the screen. We did receive a number of applications that were ineligible. They were for subsistence type payments that were not keeping people directly paying for rent or for utility assistance. And in those cases where applicants wanted to do that, we referred them to the United Way to partner with them. But if it was not one of these very specific subsistence type payments, it wasn't eligible. And so a lot of very worthwhile projects, just because of the limits of CDBG, did not qualify. We had also originally included the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers to continue funding Operation Room Key. However, they are discontinuing that program and seeking funding that is less restrictive. Again, CDBG dollars are very challenging because we can only use them to assist individuals who live in the unincorporated areas or our partner cities of Delray Oaks, Gonzales, Greenfield, or Sand City. And so it does create a bit of a challenge. We are still trying to work with the homeless community, and Interim Inc. is doing outreach on the street and can continue to refer folks to the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers to try to get them into temporary housing. Let me know if I'm going too fast or you have questions. The county also received applications from our partner cities of Gonzales and Greenfield to create economic development initiatives within their cities. The cities are proposing to augment their exhausted small business revolving loan funds and create an economic development grant program to help small businesses. The programs they hope to help between 7 and 8 or 7 and 10 businesses with grants of up to $80,000. The math works out that if they get the maximum number of businesses, they'll probably be doing something closer to $20,000 to $30,000 per business. We have set aside about $25,000 in general administration because this is a new program and it does require some extra county staff to prepare the environmental reviews and make sure that everything is done according to HUD regulations. Again, this is something that we don't have a lot of internal capacity or experience with, so we also have consultants that we'll be bringing on to help out. Funding services, we had requests of 746,000. We're recommending 624,000. Economic development, we're recommending the full 400,000 be awarded and setting aside 25,000 for general admin. And if there are questions, I am happy to answer them now.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Answers. I do have a couple questions again, and I think we talked about this last time. We had our urban county CDBG funds come forward, but just wanted to make sure that we were doing very robust outreach with our NOFAs on this. I wanted to make sure that the list was going out to our NAMSI and the Community Foundation and our different member cities. It was a little bit concerning to me that only 10 applications were received for such a large amount of money that really I know so many local groups would qualify for if they had the knowledge and capacity to submit their application. And I know that our Civil Rights Office did a lot of work to make sure that we've got a very robust outreach list available. So Darby, can you just speak, did we use the Civil Rights Office outreach list? And how many people did we send to? And this time more than we sent to last time, the NOFA?
We sent it out to approximately 250 individuals and organizations. So, and some of the organizations may have received multiples. I was not aware of the Civil Rights Office having a list, so I'll have to get that. And I can't tell you the absolute change. The Outlook email list that I use doesn't give me a way to count when I take off bad emails or retirees and add new people, so I don't have that change number. But it was about 250 that we did send out. We also posted it on our website, and we also we did not have to publish this one in the newspaper because of the CDBG COVID regulations. But we did try to do our outreach, and we did talk to another half dozen or so applicants, and either referred them, like Casa de la Cultura up in Pajaro was looking to do rental assistance specifically in Pajaro. We suggested that they partner with North County Rec and Park District simply because the Park District already had an established program with the United Way for the 27 million. And it was a way to streamline the administrative overhead of just trying to bring another organization on. We also talked to 2 or 3 pet assistance types programs that were interested in helping folks with pet expenses, veterinary expenses, that couldn't do it because of COVID. And as much as I love my pets and I really wanted to help them, that was a subsistence payment that wasn't eligible. We also heard from a number of, particularly in North County, other small nonprofits that just we couldn't make the nexus to responding to, recovering from, or preparing for the coronavirus pandemic. I hope that answers
Thank
your
you. And
question.
I'm happy to support the staff recommendations here and the committee recommendations for funding. I just want to make sure, I know there's groups like CPY and Boys and Girls Club and Girls Inc. We've got a ton of faith-based providers that are out doing work, that the Center Alliance on Aging. Just want to make sure that all of our providers are included with the opportunity to apply for and compete for these funds.
And
keeping that
all
in
the
mind
age
for all future.
and all
then
the
also
agencies
wanted to make sure that wanted to make sure also that our district offices were on the list for the NOFA so that we can help push the information out individually within our communities. With that, let's see if there's any public comment on this item. We're at item number 28. Seeing none, we'll bring it back and I'll entertain a motion from the board.
I'll move staff recommendation.
Yeah, I would second it, and I would say out in North County we did get we're able to stir up interest and got them in working with Darby, trying to figure out a way to get the money into their hands, and there were just some obstacles that they couldn't get over. So
we have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Phillips, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And good luck to all the organizations who are going to be out there using these funds to serve our community. Next up, we have item number 29. This is a public hearing to consider denial of an appeal by David Sabi from the April 29, 2021 decision of the zoning administrator to approve a minor and trivial amendment to a previously approved combined development permit. I believe we have a presentation from Fiona Jensen, Assistant Planner. So we'll go over to Fiona. Just before we get started, there was a request to continue this hearing for 90 days. Understanding is that the board could continue to a date certain if we desired, but there's no requirement to do so. If it's right, County Council, or
the board does have the ability to continue the item. Our recommendation would be that you open the hearing and then continue to a date certain. The parties here are, but I see Mr. Lombardo in the room, and I think he represents. You have the ability to do that. Motion if you choose.
That's out there.
Right. Just do we still then take staff presentation? Or if we're just going to open the item? Do we also have the staff's presentation if we're just going to open the item?
That would be my recommendation, yes, is get the open the item, hear the staff recommendation, and then maybe entertain a motion to continue if that's the will of the board.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Root Askew and Supervisors. My name is Fiona Jensen, Project Planner for the Skeen and Chang application, HCD Planning File PLN 190030 AMD1, scheduled item number 29. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the appeal by David Sabi of the zoning administrator's decision to approve a minor and trivial amendment. The appeal was received on May 17th and requested the board hearing to be set no sooner than August 2021. Pursuant to Monterey County Code, the appeal must be heard by the appropriate authority within 60 days unless the applicant agrees to the continuance. On July 12th, 2021, staff received a continuance request of 90 days. Thereafter, staff received correspondence from the project agent stating that the applicant did not agree to the continuance. Therefore, staff is prepared to present the project to the board unless it is the board's desire to consider the request. The subject parcel is located at 26327 Scenic Road, Carmel, within the Carmel Area Land Use Plan. It is located in the coastal zone. The property is zoned medium density residential, 2 units per acre, with a design control overlay and a height limit of 18 feet. Applicant requests approval of a minor and trivial amendment to a previously approved combined development permit, PLN 060735, as modified by 2 design approvals, PLN 110448 and PLN 190030, and extended by PLN 150766 to allow exterior and interior modifications to the previously approved single-family dwelling, which began construction in 2018. Minor and trivial amendment also the modifications include altering the front gate, relocating the front outdoor fire pit, adding approximately 255 square feet to the terrace, 250 square feet to the main level patio, 5 square feet to the upper level balcony, an outdoor spa, side access steps. Improvements also include removing one of the light wells and replacing the main level's master bath windows with double doors. The minor and trivial amendment also proposes to change the pitch of the roof, increase the main level ceiling height by 1 foot, increase the the size of the upper level's master bedroom windows. Proposed development complies with all applicable zoning rules and regulations pertinent to setback and height, as well as applicable general and land use policies. This project proposes to keep the same colors and materials approved under the previous design approval, PLN 190030. Project history includes an appeal of the zoning administrator's approval of the original permit to allow construction of a single-family dwelling. The board's approval of the project was then appealed to the Coastal Commission. Found no substantial issue with the county's decision. Challenged by a lawsuit, which has now been settled. Thereafter, several minor changes to the project have been approved through 2 design approvals. As a result of the litigation settlement, design approval PLN 110448 was approved to amend the previously approved plans by moving a subterranean foundation wall 3 feet away from the required setback. Design approval PLN 190030 also amended the previously approved plans by reducing the overall square footage by approximately 40 feet, adding 2 light wells and a front outdoor fire pit, modifying the windows and doors, and changing the previously approved colors and materials. This amendment represents the 3rd proposed plan change since the original approval. If this amendment were denied, the applicant would remain entitled to construct the previously approved single-family dwelling as previously modified and extended. For the sake of clarity, and upon request of the supervisors, staff can provide a detailed description of its totality. The appellant filed an appeal of the April 29th, 2021 decision of the zoning administrator's approval of the minor and trivial amendment. This appeal raised 14 specific contentions, grouped as 3 categories: of CEQA and public review, consistency with development and design standards, and the need for a grading, erosion, and drainage plan. The project has received proper environmental, public, and county review. Finding that the currently proposed minor changes in the project do not result in additional environmental impacts or increase the severity of the environmental impacts as compared to what was analyzed in the mitigated negative declaration, the county has reviewed the whole project as modified by the proposed minor amendment and has not piecemealed the review. Proposed and conditioned, this amendment is consistent with the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration. The previously approved permit, design approvals, permit extension, and this proposed amendment have been processed, described, and noticed according to Monterey County law, Monterey County Code, and applicable law. There's been opportunity for public review and public comment. Carmel Highlands unincorporated LUAC found the project in its totality consistent with the neighborhood and comparable to the bulk and mass of other dwellings. Balcony, patio, and spa additions and relocation of the front outdoor fire pit have raised concerns about setbacks, private view obstruction, and privacy. Proposed addition to the main level patio extends into front setback by approximately 1 foot. However, this is allowed pursuant to Monterey County Code. Previously approved fire pits and the proposed addition to of the spa are not considered structures, and therefore they are not regulated by setback standards for the zoning district. Finally, private views and privacy are not protected under the Carmel Area Land Use Plan or applicable Monterey County Code. Therefore, the project meets all development standards established for the medium-density residential zoning. Finally, the amendment does not propose any grading or land disturbance, and therefore submission of a grading or erosion plan is not required. All grading approved under the original permit has been completed. However, as a direct result of the proposed balcony and patio additions, the amendment increases the impervious surface of the subject lot by 215 square feet. Therefore, Housing and Community Development Environmental Services has applied condition number 15, which requires the applicant to submit a drainage and stormwater control plan. During planning review, staff also received 4 public objection letters from neighbors of the subject property. Response to the appellant's contentions adequately addresses the conclusion. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal of David Sabe from the April 29th, 2021 decision of the zoning administrator. Certify that the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration for the Skeen and Chang residents has been considered. Find the proposed minor and trivial amendment does not require subsequent review pursuant to Section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines. And approve a minor and trivial amendment to a previously approved combined development permit as previously modified and extended to allow exterior and interior improvements based on the findings and evidence and subject to 17. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for comment.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we bring up appellants?
Your discretion to allow a time certain for both the applicant and the opposition to present, and then regular public comment on the item.
Okay. So if it pleases the board, why don't we allow a few minutes for our applicant and appellant to present as well? So we will proceed. Welcome, Mr. Lombardo.
Hubby's benefit since the hearing, you know.
Is 5 minutes sufficient?
Like me to speak to the continuance or the merits of the appeal, or both?
Looks like we're proceeding. I haven't had a request from my colleagues to continue, so
right.
We will.
5 minutes would not be sufficient, but I hope 10 minutes would be. Or point out, please.
I think just given the time, we have a 4 p.m. Time certain item on the agenda, so why don't we stick with 5 minutes? We'll give everyone a chance to speak, and then we can see where we're at to move forward.
Madam Chair, if there's audio, if somebody's speaking in chambers, we've got no audio over Zoom.
Yep, I was just going to say we're getting the presentation up on IT, so bear with us just a
Perfect.
moment while
Thank
we
you.
Get the. Yep, you weren't missing anything, but it's always good to speak up. Mr. Lombardo, when you speak, we're having a little bit of trouble with that microphone, so just make sure you speak loudly and directly into the microphone. That would help us.
Sure. Thank you, Anthony Lombardo, on behalf of the property owner. First slide, please. This is the end of a very long 15-and-a-half-year saga. The appellant has opposed my client's development of this lot since 2006, as staff mentioned, including appeals to the board, the Coastal Commission, and litigation, finally culminating in the issuance of a building permit in 2019, which has now been held in abeyance due to the pending appeal. Next slide, please. They've asked for a continuance based on the fact that they don't have sufficient information. What you see up there is a list of 24 Public Records Act requests filed by the appellant's representatives over the last 15 years, including up to May of this year, after the planning or zoning administrator approved the project. Next slide, please. The purpose of the current public records request was not just to find out about this amendment, but they demanded the county provide them with every bit of documentation about this property it's had since 1999, when a prior owner filed an application. Clearly not a reasonable request for a minor and trivial amendment. Next slide, please. Mr. Lorca, on behalf of the appellant, said that he needed a continuance the day he filed the appeal. The next slide, please. He says that the settlement agreement precludes a change of the design. This is paragraph 12 from the settlement agreement. There is no limitation or prohibition on a revision to the design whatsoever. Next slide, please. In fact, in 2019, as the staff stated, the design was amended to change the design from a Spanish-style house to a modern or style house with a standing seam metal roof, which is the same design proposed for you today. That was approved after proper notice and with no objection from the appellant or anyone else. Next slide, please. As to the setback issue of the hot tub and the fire pits, as the staff has told you, they're not subject to setbacks, but even if they were subject to setbacks, the appellant's counsel and the architect hired by the appellant didn't bother to tell you that the county code section states that any accessory structure can be within 1 foot of the side and rear yard setbacks. These are over 7 feet away. So even if they were structures, they would be legal. Next slide, please. The appellant has complained about the design of the structure not being consistent with the neighborhood. If anyone's been out there, you know it's a very eclectic neighborhood with several different designs, including low-pitched standing seam roofs like the one on the lower right corner of the picture. Next slide, please. Another slide of various other designs of homes, as you can see, completely homogeneous in terms of the neighborhood design. Next slide, please. The architect hired by the appellant had a list of 17 items that they said were deficient in the plans or not properly noticed. 14 of those changes were designs, or 14 of those items were design changes, 9 of which were approved in the 2019 design change. So apparently the architect was not reviewing or did not review the current set of design approvals for the house because the letter that they wrote is simply wrong. The letter and list also includes allegations that there are no drainage plans or drainage facilities included, also wrong. Slide, please. Privacy has been alleged. The house site is a green. I don't know if staff can that somehow, but it's a vacant lot in green in this older photo on the right side of Scenic. You can see on the ocean side of Scenic, there's a house with a swimming pool in the middle of the courtyard. So the neighbors across the street expressed concern about privacy, so we took a photo from the elevation, if we can go to the next slide, from the deck that will be built at the height of a adult's eye level, looking towards the house on the ocean, and the house on the right is the one with the swimming pool in the middle. As you can see nothing from the house. Next slide, please. That's looking further to the left. There's no view into anyone's private space. Next slide, please. Same thing. Next slide, please. And that's looking back from the deck towards the appellant's home, which you can see you don't see in the rear or private space of the home. You have the same view that you do from Scenic at the home. Next slide, please. A concern about the privacy resulting from the hot tub. The rear corner of the partially constructed house you can see is where the hot tub basically ended, where that lumber is piled where the hot tub is on the outside of the master bedroom, roughly 10 feet, if I might have 30 seconds more, 10 feet below the level of the top of the fence adjacent to the appellant's home, and probably 15 feet or 20 feet below the home to the east. Last slide. Received a late letter from the neighbor behind, which is the photograph there. That's the home. About concern about this minor and trivial amendment affecting their retaining wall. There is nothing about this minor and trivial amendment that in any way affects or changes the retaining wall. You can see the retaining wall on the back of the Skeen Chang home has already been built. The neighbor's retaining wall behind that, and there's nothing about this application which would affect that. So in conclusion, and I'd like, if I could have a minute to rebut any public comment, but this is a minor and trivial amendment. It's been approved by staff, by the Land Use Advisory Committee for the Carmel Highlands, Carmel Unincorporated area, and by the zoning administrator. And so we'd respectfully request that the appeal be denied. This is just year 16 of the ongoing neighborhood dispute over building this house on this lot.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, we will allow 6 minutes for the appellant to present, and we'll need you to approach the microphone and speak loud and clear so that we can hear.
Thank you, Chair Root Askew. My name is Alex Lork. I represent the appellant, David Sabi, and I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. So as I do, I'm wondering if, as a point of order, if there are, if any of the board has would like to make a motion to continue this. I'll go through the history of this. As Mr. Lombardo points out, and as he describes it, it's a 15-and-a-half-year saga. And you know, I think something the board should keep in mind is that the project proponent, one of those applications was to ask for a 5-year continuance while they, I don't know, pursued the project. So a 15-and-a-half-year history, an 06 original application, administrative appeals, lawsuits, mediation, code enforcement violations, red tag. Chair Root Askew, can I confirm that the board received my letter and that that's in the file?
Yes, we do have your letter, Mr. Lorca, in the project file.
Thank you. So while the board had to hold the hearing within 60 days, the board can certainly continue this matter for 90 days. I think Mr. Lombardo pointed out 24 Public Records Act requests, none of which, except for the one made very recently, was by Fenton and Keller. And this is a 15-and-a-half-year project. To review that in the time allowed, I just don't think is fair to the law firm of Fenton and Keller. While the applicant has lived there and has hired other counsel, we as a law firm have had very little time to sort of review this in the regular course of our business and having to set this for 60 days. So as a point of order through the chair, is there a motion to continue this? Otherwise, I'll continue on with my presentation.
Alex, why don't we let you finish your presentation? My colleagues didn't weigh in earlier, so if they wanted to weigh in after your presentation, we could allow that to happen then.
All right, so I'll get on with it. Again, I apologize for not being there. I'm fighting a cold, and so I apologize for the occasional cough or sneeze. So my letter of July 19th lays out fully the record in this matter, and maybe not belittle, but Mr. Lombardo sort of flippantly says, well, you know, this is just minor, and you know, the Public Records Act request is too broad. We don't know what's too broad. We don't know what we don't know. What you have in front of you now on the slide is a letter from county staff, who, as always, is fabulous to work with, saying we'll advise you no later than July 13th as to the status of the response with respect to public records. We'd like the opportunity to have all of those public records in our possession with time to analyze them before the board moves forward with a hearing on this minor and trivial amendment. So while it may be that other law firms have requested this in the past, again, we have been retained just before the appeal deadline in this matter. As I mentioned, the 15-year history of the project and Fenton and Keller being recently retained, we feel as a matter of due process, as stated in my letter, that the board needs to continue this for at least 90 days to give us time to receive all of the Public Records Act records responsive to our request and to analyze them. As a substantive matter, I think Mr. Lombardo and I have different interpretations of what the 2011 settlement agreement states, in which the county is a signatory, saying that the skiing house shall be constructed as shown on Exhibit A. The current application is very different. While there may have been an interceding application, I don't know whether or not Mr. Sabi received notice of that. But as a material inducement to Mr. Sabi agreeing to the settlement agreement, the Skeen and Chang property owners agreed to construct the house as exhibited on Exhibit A. Mr. Sabi's architect, Ray Parks, who has known this project from the start, has listed, as you heard, 17 differences between the current application and the settlement agreement. Again, the county was a signatory to the settlement agreement, so I just don't see as a substantive issue, putting the continuance aside, how this can be approved by the county if any of the existing or approved plans differ from those before you now. With respect to the front fire pit, it is our position that indeed they are structures. If you look at the Monterey County Code section definition, meaning anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires location on the ground or attachment to something having location on the ground. That sounds like propane lines to me. That sounds like concreted fire pits to me. They're not portable ones. They're in front of the house and therefore must be 50 feet back. Again, we have the application before you with sort of an industrial commercial style roof. Eclectic it may be, but most of the other homes in the area are residential in nature. The application before you is industrial and commercial in its design. And there's a few more other photos here of the surrounding homes. Again, the board is not required to make a decision on this matter today. You're required to open the hearing, take public comment, hear from the applicant and the appellant, but you have the discretion to continue the matter. My client, David Sabi, would like to speak. He'll do so during public comment. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I too would like to reserve a few moments to rebut anything from public comment. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lorca. We will open this up to public comment at this point. Anyone who would like to speak, we have 1:30 on the clock for public comment. Thank you for joining us.
Madam Chairman, my name is David Sabi. I'm a resident of this house adjacent since 1978. I'm not a speculator. I relied on the county council and the chairperson to sign a settlement agreement before I dismissed my lawsuit. After the chairperson of the Board of Supervisors signed, within 2 months later, they violated the rules. Just give you one small example, and I'll sit down, and I hope you'll investigate. How is that possible that the Board of Supervisors could enact rules? Somebody violate these rules from the county. Example, Board of Supervisors Rule number 14, which is the law of this project, stated that this construction should be only from 8 to 4 weekdays and specifically no work on weekends. What happened? Somebody in the planning department overruled you. You're not the law anymore for the planning department. They changed the rules without giving you notice or me notice. They allowed construction till 5:30 and allowed work on the weekend. I had to go to court and hire lawyers one more time to enforce your law that you enacted. Aren't you curious to investigate how an employee of the planning department can overrule you after a hearing after a hearing? I produced experts. I
Thank you for
One
your
last
comment.
thing.
We're out of time
Okay.
for comments.
I
Is there
hope
any
you'll
other public?
investigate it just to honor your rules, not mine.
Is there any other public comment on this item? We have a hand raised from the audience. Deborah Dillon Adams. This is for item number 29. Give Deborah the opportunity to unmute and speak.
My name is Deborah Dillon Adams. I live with my mother, Mary Ann Dillon, and I wrote you a letter regarding this project. We have concerns about it, and I tried to put them into the letter. So I just wanted to get clarification that you had received it. Our basic concerns are that this proposed change are not minor and trivial, and they do exist into the setbacks, and the changes with the various decks and living spaces will provide additional noise and activities that are not conducive for our houses being adjacent. But the main thing is, what about the drainage that comes off this property that has not been able to be contained within the drainage pit that they made? So I'm hoping that the staff will look into this further, and I appreciate your taking the time today to consider this.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments today. Is there any other public comment on this item, number 29? And then we'll close public comment, and I'll bring it back to my colleagues on the board for any discussion, questions, comments, or action.
I think both sides reserved a little rebuttal time.
Okay, why don't we allow 1 minute for each side to make a rebuttal, and then we can bring it back to the board for action. Mr. Lombardo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Lorca's position, his client was ably represented by counsel who sued the county and my client for many years. I'm recently employed on this project as well. There's no need for a continuance, and it's not fair to Skeen and Chang. The 5-year request for the extension wasn't because they wanted a delay, it's because you couldn't get a water meter for many years. The second point is the settlement agreement does not say that this house has to be built the way it was designed in the settlement agreement. It just says he has to be given notice. There's no requirement that the house never be changed. And in fact, it was changed with notice in 2019, and they didn't object. As to Ms. Adams' question, as I showed you in the photographs from the height of the deck, it has no effect whatsoever on anyone's privacy. Her home is located on the other side of Scenic Road, on the ocean side of Scenic. And of course, there are full drainage plans required and approved for this. The drainage is all retained outside.
Thank you. And Mr. Lorca, did you want to make a final 1 minute comment?
Very briefly, Chair, thank you so much. With respect to the balancing, if you will, of hardships, and I know the judge will appreciate this, it's a 15-year project. We're asking for 90 days. 90 days to get up to speed on a project that is 15 and a half years long. With respect to the settlement agreement, while it does contemplate changes, those changes with notice are only to sort of further the implementation of the project that was described in Exhibit A. The project before you is not necessary to further that project, and therefore can't be approved as presented to the board. Thank you so much.
With that, I'll bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for any questions, comments, or action. Supervisor Adams?
Can either council or perhaps the CAO or staff tell us what are our choices today?
Choices are to deny the appeal, approve the appeal, or continue the matter.
And the outcome of Deny the appeal, does that mean that the hearing goes forward today?
The hearing has gone forward. So if you deny the appeal, that's a final decision today, which would result in the approval of the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I would move to deny the appeal and approve staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Supervisor Lopez, did you have any additional comments?
Well, no, I just wanted to move forward. I think it's time to deny it. I personally love metal roofs. Just installed a couple in my house, and I don't think that that's a big enough issue, and that's the only new issue I heard. So I'm good moving forward.
Right, we have a motion, I believe, from Phillips, a second from Lopez. Is there any other comment? And then we'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Leho?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye, thank you. The staff recommendation carries. We are going to take a few-minute break so that our IT team can transfer out our technology stuff, and our interpreters can use the restroom if needed, and we will reconvene back here. Please be ready to go at 4:15.
Worked out great.